500, a form of measurement for teams. And for some, if you're below that mark, becomes questions of what you have to do going forward. Being above it, and you're sitting pretty towards the top. For the Elmira Pioneers, they have the ladder. Right now, 4-3 on the season as they enter into game number 8, taking on the Newark Pilots. As we talk about those records, we take a look around the entirety of the West Division here in the PGCBL. Jamestown, huge win yesterday over Olean. That one was double digits for both sides. They're 7-1 right now. Auburn currently in a battle with Geneva, 15-1. Last time checked. I'll keep you updated on the rest of these games throughout the day. Batavia, they had a game today. They were supposed to be heading to Olean. That one was postponed due to rain. Elmira currently sits there at 4-3. Opportunity to keep moving up the ladder there, especially with some tight games coming up here. Olean's 4-5, the first team below that 500 mark. Niagara sits at 2-3. Geneva, they're 1-3, along with Niagara Falls. And Newark, they look for their first win on the season. And I mentioned before that game between Batavia and Olean was postponed. We'll see how that goes through as we talk about the games happening right now around the West Division. I mentioned Geneva and Auburn are taking place here. Niagara Falls, they take on Jamestown and the Tarp Skunks. See how that one ends up moving. And that is the games for the West that we're looking at here today. And it now leads to the contest, as it is going to be the Elmira Pioneers and the Newark Pilots taking on here today as they get ready to go here. Scoreboard is currently being updated. Our graphics person ended up having some technical difficulties, so we'll get that all squared away before first pitch. But the interesting factor in this one here today is going to be who's on the mound for the Pioneers. It's going to be Zach Nelson coming in to this one. He has not pitched so far this season for the Pios. Today, it's his first one for the team, and it's the first time he's pitching since last season for this team. And he went in 2 appearances, had an ERA of a little over 10. However, ever since, he's been honing his craft, getting things ready, and getting set to bring things even much further for the team. As we take a talk around the horn here, at third base, it's Alex Davis, and short is going to be Michael Gardner once again. Manny Esley, he slots in at second base for a second time this season. He did so earlier in the year against Batavia. Ryan Gabbianelli sits at first base. In the outfield, from left to right, Jack Tubman, Brett Baker returns in this lineup, and Tyson Gendricks there. Ryan Jones will do the catching for Nelson. As the first batter coming up for the Pilots will be Miles Castillo, who yesterday had his first steal on the season as he hit a single in the first and ended up stealing second base. He steps in here, getting ready to get things going between the Pilots and the Pioneers. Second half of a 2-game series goes in there for strike number 1 as we get things going. And the Pioneers, they have a 4-game stint here, 2 against Newark. This is the second one of that. They've got a game tomorrow in Geneva against the Red Wings, who they played last time at Dunn Field. And then on Friday, it's going to be the double days. So interesting to see how these two sides end up moving around. As that one goes in there, it's going to be a little bit outside for a ball. It's a 1-2 count now for Nelson, looking to get his first punch out of the day over the Pilots. As the delivery comes in, and that one's hit on the inner part of the bat. Manny Esley gives a little flip over to Gabbianelli and gets the out. For the first out, it's going to be, for you scorers at home, it's a 4-3. I mentioned before, this is the second time we've seen Manny Esley play in that second base position. His last time was against Batavia, and there was some difficulties there, but it seems as though he's been able to step up in this one and continue to work his way through. As first pitch going there to Carlos Jara, the shortstop for the day for the Pilots, and that one is fouled back for the 1-0 count. or 0-1 count. 0-0 the score here between these two sides, as that one is cut on and missed for strike number 2. It's a 0-2 count and 1 out right now for Zach Nelson, who looks to pick up a 1-2-3 inning early on. Pitch comes in. That one hits corner for strike number 3. Jara doesn't like the call, but he will have to go back to the dugout and wait his turn. It's a backwards K coming in for Zach Nelson, his first strikeout of the season. And Aiden Davenport will now step up to the plate. He played yesterday in that game against Elmira, and he ended up going in as a pitcher. He was originally in the DH, but went in as a pitcher. He got a single as well at the bat. The Hobart Statesman watches first pitch go low for ball number 1. Nothing here in the top half of the first. Zach Nelson, the pitching for the Elmira Pioneers, his first time on the mound this season, wearing number 99. So that one goes for a strike. It's a 1-1 count. Davenport with a high stance. He watches the second pitch go there for a strike. The corners right now, the best friend of Zach Nelson, as he continues to deal. 1-2 now. 2 outs. The infielder's playing back. Delivery, low. 2-2, trying to hit that bottom corner. Can't get it in his favor. Zach Nelson has to go back to drawing boards. The delivery. That one's hit softly on the ground. It goes over towards Gabbianelli. He flips it to Nelson. Gets the tag over at first base. If he held on to it, it's an out, and it is. A little bit of a battle there. Two sides hit each other, but Nelson will get the out, and it's a 1-2-3 inning off the flip to him from Gabbianelli. So we'll take a quick break. Coming up, it's the top of the order for the Pioneers. It's Manny Esley, Brett Baker, and Alex Davis. As we come back here for the bottom half of the first, we take a look at the Pioneers starting lineup. It's Manny Esley, as I mentioned before. He's starting things off at second base. Brett Baker enters in again after a big day yesterday for the Pios. Alex Davis returns to third base after taking a brief stint as an extra hitter yesterday. Jalen Tidwell is the extra hitter. Jack Tubman in left. Michael Gardner stays at shortstop. Ryan Gabbianelli goes to first base. Tyson Gindrich returns to the lineup and right field. It's going to be Ryan Jones as the catcher, and Michael Ferranti, he is the 10-hole at the DH. So not Trevor Reed there. It's going to be Ryan Jones. I'll have to get speaking to my graphics operator here. He messed up a couple things so far. Let's hope the Bios end up bouncing back despite their broadcasting team's struggles. As that one goes in the dirt, it's going to be back there for ball number 1. And the pitcher for this one is going to be Jackson Moore for the Pilots. He's coming from Luca, Mississippi. This is his second appearance of the season. First game started. As Esley gets to the plate, he looks at that first pitch there for a strike. So a 1-1 count now after the initial one bounced in the dirt. And so far this season for Manny Esley, he's batting .200. He's got 1 RBI to his name. His lone hit on the season has been a single, so he looks to bring his numbers up on the year. It's a 2-1 count now for Esley. The Pilots getting things ready here. Moore squares, delivers. That one's cut on and missed. It's a 2-2 count now. There's Manny Esley looking to be the leadoff guy for this Pioneers team that ended up taking the victory yesterday over the Pilots. Won that one 7-3. That one also goes in the dirt. Getting underneath that one will be Sam Heinz, the catcher, to hold it off. As we look around the horn for the Pilots, it's Brolin Haley at third. It's Carlos Java at shortstop. Miles Castillo at second. So that one's inside for a ball. It's going to be a walk. First base has Will Webster. Sam Heinz is behind the dish. Shane Santaga, Liam Wagner, and Aiden Davenport round that outfield. As it's a first man on for the Pioneers. It's Manny Esley on a full count walk. And it's going to be Brett Baker now stepping up for the squad. Brett Baker yesterday, he ended up reaching base three times on a walk, and he got a single, which had him steal 2 bags. That one's outside. Fastball does not hit the zone. Brett Baker, always a player to watch out for if you're opposing sides. He can open a game up easily with an on-base percentage of 65%. You add that with his slugging, and you're looking well over 1,300 for OPS. 2-0 count. Outside. 3-0 now. In the righty-lefty matchup. Alex Davis currently sits on deck for the Pioneers. Esley digs over there at first base. The pickoff attempt, not in time. Will Webster just holds on to that one. And it still remains 3-0. Baker most likely not going to take this bat off his shoulder unless he needs to, as that one gets past the catcher. Esley turns for 3. He's going to run over there. The throw comes down, but Esley is safe. He keeps the hand on, and that's the heads-up play that you see from Manny Esley on the base path. He's able to watch all the way through, and while he already had the free pass to second, he steals the base towards third, and now it's men on the corners for the Pioneers. Alex Davis is going to be the one now to step up for Elmira with an opportunity to break this one wide open. Davis so far this season, he's got 2 RBIs as that one goes in and it plunks him in the back. So he makes it towards first base, and it's going to be a meeting on the mound between Heinz and Moore. So now bases are fully occupied for Jalen Tidwell, and if there's someone I wouldn't want to have bases loaded for, it is Jalen Tidwell. Yesterday, he had a triple and a double to his name, so either one of those, and you expect the bases to be completely cleared. That's why he's sitting in that cleanup spot. Tidwell steps in. Moore gets ready to deliver. That one's hit high into the air. It heads over towards first base. Getting underneath that one will be Webster, who makes the reception and gets the out. First out of the game for the Pilots. as they hold off Jalen Tidwell. However, still 2 outs to go, and Jack Tubbins now up to bat. A turn 2 would allow for the Pilots to get out of this one unscathed. But any sort of play to the outfield, whether it's a fly ball or not, could be detrimental, as that one is chopped hard and it goes right past Jara at shortstop. It heads into left field. Esley scores. Rounding his way across as Brett Baker scores. It's a 2-run single for Jack Tubman, and the Pioneers score already. 2 runs puts them in the lead. It's 2-0 Pios lead. As now to bat coming up for the Pioneers is Michael Gardner. And last time Gardner was here and last time he was at the plate, well, you see that Kennedy valve sign towards the outfield. You see that batter's eye in center field. In between those two sides, the ball went all the way over the wall, and he rounded the base path. Throw there, down the middle for strike number 1. Still only 1 out for the Pilots. Pioneers picked up their first hit there. Squares for a bunt, holds back, throw down, trying to get the runner at second. But Davis is able to make his way back there safely. So Gardner was showing bunts. See if he does it again. Dancing back and forth there is Davis. Throw comes in. That one's on the ground. A good stop there by Heinz. It's 2-1 now. For the catchers in this league, it's always crucial to get those plays down in the dirt, and that's why they move to that sort of knee-down situation. It allows for the ability. Is that throwback attempt? Not in time. Davis didn't have to slide back for that one. He just stayed standing. As the stomp clap comes in from the Pios faithful. Pilot's delivery. That one's in the dirt. It's now a 3-1 count coming for Michael Gardner. After first pitch went right down the middle, Jackson Moore is having a little difficulty getting back to his spot. Jackson Moore, 5.4 ERA on the season through those 5 innings he pitched earlier. That one's low. It's ball 4. Gardner takes his free base. Another walk comes in for the Pioneers. That's their 3rd on the day. As Ryan Gabbianelli now gets ready to come to the plate, and Gabbianelli looks to bring home his ducks in the pond. Gabbianelli so far this season, he's batting .273 with 2 RBIs. His on base is about 35%. That one's up there for strike number 1. First pitch strike has not seemed to be the problem for Jackson Moore. It's been delivering after the fact. Delivery comes in. That one is in the other batter's box. Good glove by Heinz. One of the toughest positions in sports, arguably the toughest, is catcher in baseball. So that one goes past Heinz. They don't rule it a strike. It's going to be a walk-on in for another run. Alex Davis scores. As the two sides advance in Tubman and Gardner, it is now 3-0 Pios lead here in the bottom of the first. You can hear the pump it up in the background as that one goes for a strike. It's 2-2. I've mentioned before the run song for the Pioneers, Pump It Up. That was engraved on Coach Drum's ring. So that one's low. Heinz makes a good play at stopping it. Engraved on the ring, Pump It Up. Just for the amount of runs that they were able to score when they won the championship just a few years ago. Moore delivers. That one runs inside. It's another walk. So another man gets on for the Pioneers. The bases return to be loaded. It's going to be a visit at the mound for the Pilots. That right there is the 5th free pass given by Jackson Moore. Of course, I say free pass. One of those was a hit by pitch. So, wasn't necessarily the freest way of getting on base. Had to take one, but Alex Davis was still able to wrap his way around the bases. As Tyson Gingerich will be the one to come up next after this mound visit for the Pioneers. Gingerich, his last time he played, he ended up reaching on an error by the pitcher. And now, as we keep things moving here, it looks to maybe start a on-base streak. Because last time he was playing before that Niagara game, he ended up striking out a couple times. And that was another Niagara game. It was against Dylan Miles. And Dylan Miles, he was having an awesome day that day. So Niagara is still an opportune team to continue things moving if their starting pitching continues to work. Right now, Pioneers, they also have an opportunity to get things rolling. It's a 2-0 count now, 1 out with 3 men on. Pioneers just have 1 hit on the day. It was a 2-run single by Jack Tubman, who currently occupies third base. That one clips the zone for strike number 1. On deck here is Ryan Jones. The catcher, as that one's swung underneath and missed. It's now 2-2. Three-run lead for the Pioneers here in just the first inning. That one swung on and missed for strike number 3. And Jackson Moore gets his punch out there for the second out of the inning. Now up to bat is Ryan Jones, the catcher from the University of Massachusetts, Dartmouth. And on the season so far, he's only played in 2 games, but when he's gotten up to bat, he's batting .500. As the wind is blowing currently from left to right, we've got some clouds coming in. There was a little bit of precipitation earlier in the day. It was where the tarp ended up coming out. They had to pull the tarp off later. But here it goes. That one is up high, and Jones has to duck underneath. It's ball number 1. Currently on the base path for the Pioneers, it's Jack Tubman, Michael Gardner. He's at second base, and then at first base is Gabbianelli, and I correct the statement here because Jack Tubman walked his way home. Gardner now sits at third. Gabbianelli sits at second. It is now 4-0 Pios lead, with Jones looking at a 2-0 count. And Pump It Up is getting its play here tonight. There's now 2 men in scoring position. No one else on. That pitch goes for a strike. On deck is Michael Ferranti, who had some big plays in the games against Niagara. That one's hit hard, but it'll go over towards the third baseman. And Haley, who flings it on over to first, and Webster stretches and gets the third out. That does it for the first inning. The Pioneers already getting their score on the board. It's 4-0 as we'll take a quick break. The Elmira Pioneers are sponsored by AIM Independent Living, AJ's Outdoor Power Equipment, Ann's Pancakes, Centralis Health, Blaze Brockway, Bully Hill Vineyards, CAF USA, Casa Trinity Prevention, Chemung Canal Trust Company, Chemung Supply, Coca-Cola, Council Rock Wealth Advisory Group, Dandy Mini Marts, Elm Chevrolet, Elmira Heat Treating, Chemung County Family Fitness Center, Finger Lakes Federal Credit Union, FM Howell, Glove House, Guthrie, Hilliard Corporation, Honeybee Maid, Jubilee Foods, Kahuna's, Kennedy Valve, M&T Bank, Martha Lloyd Community Services, McDonald's, Papa John's, Pathways, Pinecroft, Rodney J. Strange, ServPro, ServU Credit Union, Sheddens, Solutions Credit Union, Southern Tier Custom Fabricators, Susan Minchin Dentistry, Swan Morse Insurance, Texas Roadhouse, Tom South Corning Collision, the United States Army, the United States Navy, Vasco Brands, Wegmans, Wise Markets, Well Now Urgent Care, WETM, Wiggle 100, and Woodbrook Assisted Living. Thank you for sponsoring the Elmira Pioneers, and go Pios. Returning here at Dunn Field, it's 4-0 lead by the Elmira Pioneers. They take on the Newark Pilots, and coming up to the plate will be Shane Santaga, who ended up pitching yesterday for the team. He went 2 innings of work. He looks to cut this deficit closer as he steps up towards the plate. Zach Nelson remains on the mound. He, on his last time out, had that instance where he got into a little bit of trouble with Davenport at first base, but did make the tag for the third out. As first pitch from him goes foul for strike number 1. And you look at Zach Nelson's performance so far, and he's looking incredibly strong for this Pioneers team, and that's what they've been looking for out of their starting pitchers. You see Landon Birch's performance the other day. You think of Larson Birch's as well, as that one's hit sky high into the air. Getting underneath that one is Michael Gardner. He gives a loud scream saying he's got it, and he does for the first out. First out comes in there for the Pioneers, and as I was mentioning, Landon Birch last time here against Geneva, he ended up going 6 innings before Sam Watts came in relief. Then Larson Birch in the second half of the doubleheader on Sunday, he went a complete game. Cannon Van Duzer went 7 1/3 yesterday against Newark, and Zach Nelson looks to continue the same kind of arm performance as the first pitch goes for a strike. And Zach Nelson gets ready to work. I want to talk about one of the guys with the best hair on the team. Zach Nelson is one of them, as that one is swung on and missed there by Shane Santaga. First strike number 2. He's in a ponytail right now, but what a head of hair he's got. As the 0-2 count comes in, that one's hit off the end of the bat, and that's going to be the first hit of the day coming for the Pilots off the bat of Jaden Pena, who was another player who was pitching yesterday. But he came in as the DH. That's a single for him. Breaks up any possibility of a no-hitter for the Pioneers. And Liam Wagner steps up to the plate for the squad as he gets ready to get things going. He's the center fielder for this contest, and he comes out here to go. Liam Wagner coming out of Hingham, New York, as he takes his first pitch and swings at that one hard. It will go foul, though. It heads over to the opposing side bullpen for the Pioneers. Liam Wagner, this is his third game that he's playing, his second game that he started, and he's still looking for his first base hit on the year. He's only been able to reach once, and that was on a walk. As an 0-1 count comes in, that one's outside. It's a 1-1 now. 1-1, 1 out, as a man currently occupies first base. It's Jaden Pena. As Nelson gets ready to deliver. That one's hit hard. It heads towards right field, though. Tyson Gendrich moves back. It goes over his glove, though, and it hits off the sign out in right field. The throw comes in, hits Manny Esley, but it's going to be a double for Liam Wagner, and I mentioned he hadn't had a hit this season. What a way to do it besides the double as he gets there. And now Will Webster enters with an opportunity to cut the lead down. He'd represent the third run if all of them come home. As Will Webster plays first base here today for the team. He came in as a pinch hitter yesterday. As all of a sudden, a quick first 4 outs by Nelson turns around as that one's hit hard as well. It goes back over to Gendrich in right field. That one's going high. That one is over the wall, and it's going to be a home run. An absolute shell by Will Webster heads over the high wall in right field. And now it is a 3-4 game. Newark all of a sudden as it's a big one there for Will Weber. That's his first home run of the season as he picks up RBIs number 2, 3, and 4 on the year. And for Zach Nelson, him and Ryan Jones will have a discussion before the next batter, as that was just an absolute scorcher to put some on the board for the Pilots. It's now a 1-run game here at Dunfield following an easy 4-run inning as the first pitch hits off the back of Brolin Haley. And Zach Nelson now, once again, had those first 4 quick outs. Now his next 4 has had a batter get on base or round the bases each time. As coming out will be the assistant coach to talk about it as they clear off the rubber to see there. Maybe a problem with getting his foot dug in there. So it was the fly out that came to Michael Gardner. Then after that, Jaden Pena had a single, Liam Wagner had a double, and Will Webster shot one over the right field fence to make this a 3-4 game here in the second inning. As Nelson gets prepared, and it's going to be Sam Hines, the catcher, stepping up now for the opposing side to get things going for the team. He is from Bradenton, Florida. Another guy who is still looking for his first hit on the season. He's also looking for his first time on base all season. He's not been able to get there so far. 0-1 count now. 1 out. As step and delivery, that one's hit high into the air. Esley rolls back there at second base, looking to get the catch. He does. No opportunity to throw it over to Gabbianelli for the double play, but that's the second out of the inning. Off the pop fly to Manny Esley. Now Kyung-Sung Min will be the next batter. I've mentioned 2 guys before who pitched yesterday. Min's another one of those guys. He ended up pitching 3 innings, only allowed 2 hits, and got 3 strikeouts, including one time where he struck out the side. So that one goes for a strike. It's now 2 outs on the top half of this inning. Man currently occupies first base. That's Brolin Haley. Man watches that one go by him for strike number 2 as he tried to get his swing in there, but couldn't get any piece of the baseball. Nelson gets ready to deliver. The look, the throw. It's outside. Jones throws deep. Manny Esley has it, and he tags out the runner. And that will be the 3rd out of the inning. A caught-stealing attempt against Haley as Jones throws it to Esley. And that's the 3rd out of the top half of the inning. Pioneers get ready to come up in the bottom half. They remain with the lead. However, it cuts even closer. It's 4-3 Pioneers. Season tickets are still available for the 2026 season for the Elmira Pioneers. You can catch every single home game at the historic Dunn Field with prices just starting at $99. For more information, call 607-734-2690. We'd love to see you here at the historic Dunn Field, especially on a day like today where Pios already put up 4 runs on the board. However, they still have to keep things moving as Newark responded quickly with 3, and Michael Ferranti, the DH, steps up to the plate. He fills in at the 10 hole. That one's inside. It's going to be strike numero uno. Michael Ferranti trying to get a little piece of this baseball to keep things going as the lights already turn on here at Dunn Field, as the clouds overhead are a little bit darker than you may expect for this time of the day for the squad. Pitch there comes from Moore. It's in the dirt. And it'll be ball 2. Michael Ferranti's last time that he ended up making it on base, making it in the game, he had 2 singles against the Niagara Ironbacks, and he ended up having his second one go for 2 runs, as that one is a ball. It's a 3-1 count now. Jackson Moore, a starting pitcher, his first start of the season for the Pilots, as the Pilots currently out-hit the Pioneers 3-2. So that one's in the dirt. It's ball 4. Ferranti gets his wheels on in case the first base coach tells him to go, but Nasty Nate tells him to hold up. However, either way, it's going to be 1 man on right now for the Pioneers. And Michael Ferranti, and the lineup card flips over. Manny Esley now comes up. He was walked his first time. He made it around the base path after a stolen base at third. So he gets ready to get things going. Moore has to watch out for Ferranti. Esley squares a bunt. It heads right over to Moore. He turns. He throws over to first base and gets the out. However, a little bit of small ball moves the runner, and Ferranti's now sitting at second base. And Brett Baker now comes up, and he walked his first time. He was the one where the ball went past Hines at catcher, and that allowed Esley to move his way over to third. First pitch coming in here, and that one's low, and it's outside the glove of Hines. Ferranti makes his turn as if he might try to go home. He does not, though. All of a sudden, Michael Ferranti moves his way over to third base following a bunt by Esley in a pass ball against Hines. 4-3 the score. 1-0 count, 1 out. Fans look to get into this one as that one is outside and low. It's a 2-0 count now. Coming in for Brett Baker. That pitch, and that one's hit on the ground and foul. So just a little bit off of that one there for Brett Baker. Once again, one of the everyday starters for this Pioneer squad. Moore's pitch, that one is swung and missed, and they do rule, though, that he may have gotten a little bit of it. So either way, though, whether he swung and missed or if he fouled that one back into the mid, it's a 2-2 count now. As Moore steps and delivers. That one's hit off the end of the bat by Brett Baker. Trying to crash in on that one will be the left fielder in Santago, who makes the catch, and a tag-up attempt there will come, and it will be a sacrifice fly by Brett Baker. It's now 5-3 Pioneers lead. So a little bit of small ball was able to move them forward, and it allowed for another run to get put on the board. You trade a run for an out, And most coaches will do that just about every single day. It's now 5-3 with 2 outs. Alex Davis steps up. He was hit by the pitch on his first pitch at the at-bat, as that one is a soft grounder. Goes on over. The throw from Haley hits Webster in the mitt. So that will end the second inning. Pioneers score 1. However, Newark scored 3, so it's 5-3 as we enter into the third inning. The Elmira Pioneers are sponsored by AIM Independent Living, AJ's Outdoor Power Equipment, Ann's Pancakes, Centralis Health, Blaze Brockway, Bully Hill Vineyards, CAF USA, Casa Trinity Prevention, Chemung Canal Trust Company, Chemung Supply, Coca-Cola, Council Rock Wealth Advisory Group, Dandy Mini Marts, Elm Chevrolet, Elmira Heat Treating, Chemung County Family Fitness Center, Finger Lakes Federal Credit Union, FM Howell, Glove House, Guthrie, Hilliard Corporation, Honeybee Made, Jubilee Foods, Kahuna's, Kennedy Valve, M&T Bank, Martha Lloyd Community Services, McDonald's, Papa John's, Pathways, Pinecroft, Rodney J. Strange, Serve Pro, Serve You Credit Union, Sheddens, Solutions Credit Union, Southern Tier Custom Fabricators, Susan Minchin Dentistry, Swan Morse Insurance, Texas Roadhouse, Tom's South Corning Collision, the United States Army, the United States Navy, Vasco Brands, Wegmans, Wise Markets, Well Now Urgent Care, WETM, Wiggle 100, and Woodbrook Assisted Living. Thank you for sponsoring the Elmira Pioneers, and go Pios. Pilots look to cut this lead by the Pioneers here in the top half of the third, and Kyung-So Min steps up to the plate following what was a caught-stealing attempt in the top half of the second. Zach Nelson delivers, and that one is fouled back. Ryan Jones looks to get himself back together, hit off of him, but it'll be an 0-1 count now for Min. Min, when he pitches, he's got that little sidearm action, as was seen yesterday in an early game in Newark. 11 a.m. start time, so that some of the elementary school kids could come watch the Pilots play. As Nelson delivers, and that one is hit foul. Trying to run that one down was Gabbianelli, but it was way out of play before he even started running. Last inning for the Pilots, they ended up scoring 3. It was a single by Pena, a double by Wagner, and Will Webster with a 3-run shot that Tyson Gindrich and Wright could do nothing but watch, as that one is hit hard. It heads on over to Gardner, who flings it over in time but misses the tag. Is going to be Gabbianelli. So a ball that was a little off target, and the ball falls out of the glove of Gabbianelli. It's a base runner now. And Min, we'll see who they assess the error for. It will be an error, however, as some of the rain begins to start falling down here at Dunn Field. Nothing strong, just a little light, but fans in the crowd move towards a little bit more shelter in the concourse. Maybe go get some of those famous Miss Nellie's nachos in the concourse. I know some of the members of the press box here love nachos, including the PA announcer Evan Baird, who celebrated his 21st birthday yesterday. Nelson gets ready to deliver. He does. That one's hit high into left field. Tracking underneath that one will be Jack Tubman, and that is the first out of the inning. The rain continues to fall here in Dunn Field. Looks like it's going a little bit stronger, as there's no questions yet about status of this game, it's nothing too incredibly hard. It should be a brief rain shower. So that's out number 1 by Castillo. As first pitch is swung on there, it goes right towards Brett Baker's mitt, and he doesn't have even take a couple steps. That one just went right to his glove. So it's out number 2 on the line drive towards him. 2 outs now with 1 on. As, once again, Min reached there towards first base following an error. Pioneers' first error in over 11 innings. Pitch there for a strike right down Main Street. 0-1 count. That one's hit hard. It goes underneath. Grabbed there by Esley. Throw over in time for the out. And that's out number 3. Newark gets out of it. It's going to be 5-3. Pio still lead as we take a quick pause. Bottom 3, Jalen Tidwell steps up to the plate here. He had a pop fly that went towards Will Webster at first base. As the rain ended up clearing out for this game, as that one's hit again. First pitch by Tidwell. It's heading towards foul territory. Heads over to the dugout and will be for the first strike. Jalen Tidwell was the first out of the game for the Pioneers. He enters as the extra hitter here today, following what was a 4-run first inning. As the pitch there comes by Jackson Moore, will be low, 1-1. As the ball goes back there, and Moore after the first out of the first inning, he's been able to lock things down. He's only allowed 1 man on, and Michael Ferranti, who ended up scoring. But Jackson Moore, he's not allowed a single hit since the single by Jack Tubman. As Tidwell swings there and fouls it back into the netting. 1-2 count. Tidwell looking to get things rolling for his squad, as Tidwell so far this season batting .333 on the year. That one's low. 2-2. As Tidwell hopes to find where it is he's looking. 2-2 count, no outs. Right-handed Moore delivers. That one's hits off the knee of Tidwell, and he will move over to first base. So first batter of the third inning ends up reaching on a hit batter, the second hit batter of the day for the Pioneers. As now it's a man on first for Jack Tubman, who I mentioned before had that single earlier, which ended up scoring 2. Here comes Tubman. Moore's delivery high, but in there for the strike. So 0-1 now. No outs as the infield has a little bit of a shift towards the left side as that one goes fouled back off the top of the bat. Hits the net. 0-2. Outfielders stay a little bit similar in their standard positioning, but the infield shifts towards the left a little bit more. Look back by Moore. He steps and fires as that one's hit hard by Tubman. It bounces over the glove of Jara, and Tidwell is going to try and make his way to third. He goes down. He is tagged out at third base. He doesn't like the call, but that's what ends up happening. He got tagged on that one. Tubman ends up moving towards second base, so he'll reach on a single and then move over towards second, or we'll see what they end up scoring it. It looks like they're going to rule an E6 against Jara. So Michael Gardner, the shortstop, steps up, and if you were wondering before what that error was in the top half of the inning was ruled against, it was considered an E6. It was an error on the throw. So it was pinned against Michael Gardner, who comes up with a man in scoring position. Aggressive base running by the Pioneers held them off there, getting a man 90 feet away. As that one is also low. 2-0 count coming in. 2-0, 1 out. Tubman is right across the diamond for Gardner, who was walked his first time. Step and fire from Moore. Swung and missed by Gardner. 2-1. As you hear in the background just a little bit of the "Let's Go Pios" chants. Getting ready to go here. 2-1 Pioneers trying to make another scoring inning as that one's hit hard by Gardner. It goes over the glove of Haley on a tough Dunfield bounce, as scoring from second there will be Jack Tubman, and it's another run for the Pioneers. An RBI single by Michael Gardner. It is now 6-3. This so far, 6 runs. A big start for the Pioneers as they hope to continue to work. Right now, only 5 earned runs against Moore following that error. A hard hit ball there last time by Gardner will be ruled a single. So now it's an even slate at hits, both at 3. That one's low. Gardner tries to steal. It hits off of Gardner and bounces into the outfield. Gardner's going to go and try and take third base, and he does. So as the ball hits off of Gardner, it's a stolen base, and he'll take another steal as well there. Gardner now moves to third base. Ryan Gabbianelli, opportunity to bring another one home for the Pios. Pioneers, ever since that series with Batavia, have been able to score and score in droves. They have, as that one's hit hard. That one goes over. The shortstop in Jara steps down to grab it. He bounces the ball. It goes past Webster at first, and it will go out of play. So Gabbianelli gets moved over towards second base. They do rule that one as a hit. It was a hard hit ball that Jara was able to scoop around on that one. It's just a hard throw. So single by Gabbianelli also scores a run. It is now 7-3. Pioneers lead. Error will be assessed. So 3 errors so far for Newark. 7-3, the score yesterday between these two sides. As that one's hit hard there. It's grabbed by the second baseman. Gindrich will not beat the foot race, but advances Gabbianelli towards third on the 4-3. So 2 outs now for the Pioneers. As through these first 3 innings, they've already scored 7 runs. 2 in this one, 1 in the second inning, 4 in the first. Ryan Jones looking to come back after his last time up. He hit one right over to the third baseman who found the spot and got it over to Webster at first. Moore's delivery. Low and inside for ball 1. Ryan Jones, as I mentioned before, a 500 hitter when he has at bats. 1 for 2. Other times he's been at the plate. He's been walked or hit by the pitch. So that one goes for a strike. 1-1 count now in this 7-3 game. So that one's hit right back over to Moore. It gets past him. Trying to grab on that one is Castillo, but he can't do so. It's going to be an error there against Castillo, but a run scores. It's now 8-3 as Gabbianelli reaches home. Michael Ferranti steps up. He started the last inning. 8-3 here at Dunn Field. Nobody on for the Pioneers now following that one. 2 outs. And Michael Ferranti, he walked his first time up and he ended up rounding the base path. Ferranti hits that one high and foul. 8-3 the score right now in this bottom 3. It was Tubman who reached all his way around. Gardner reached all the way around, and Gabbianelli made it on back home. Tidwell initially got on, but he ended up getting thrown out at third base. Oh, 1 count. That one in there for a strike. Ferranti's now looking down to 2 strikes as the rain picks up. Makes it difficult for both sides in the field. A steal attempt there from Jones. That one's fouled back, though. So that one hits off the roof, if you could hear that one. Opportunity there for a hit and run with Ryan Jones. Not going his favor. A 3-run bottom of the 3rd inning has propelled Elmira further ahead. That one's hit hard. That one is going to drop into right field. Ferranti has himself a hit on the day. On a single. And it moves over Jones. Now it's 2 on. 2 outs. Man on first, man on second base, and Manny Esley restarts this order. His last time up, it was the sacrifice bunt. I moved a man forward. 8-3 the score. Here from the historic Dunn Field. Bottom 3. Delivery in. For a strike, and right on time. as Esley lines up the plate, and plate's a little dirty right now. Potential chance of getting wiped off later. But 0-1 now the count. That one is high, almost hitting Esley. He ducks low. 1-1 now. As a man heads over to the bullpen for the Pilots, doing some soft tosses. It's a right-hander. 1-1 count now. 2 outs. Jones gives the lead. The throw, that one's hit high into foul territory. Too far for anyone to end up reaching. It hits off the roof again. If you ever just hear a loud thud, expect that to be the case. These guys are hitting the ball hard. It's Esley from Elms College in Duxbury, Massachusetts, looks to get things going. He's wiping off his bat from the rain. As Jackson Moore sets to deliver the 1-2 count. Following that hard-hit foul ball, the rain continuing to fall here in Elmira as that one's hit high into the air, going towards right field foul territory, and it's grabbed on by the first baseman in Webster. Easy play there. That's the 3rd out. Pioneers score 3 runs in that bottom half of the inning, coming off the end of Jack Tubman, Michael Gardner, and Ryan Gabbianelli. And we head into the top of the 4th inning. The Elmira Pioneers are sponsored by AIM Independent Living, AJ's Outdoor Power Equipment, Ann's Pancakes, Centralis Health, Blaze Brockway, Bully Hill Vineyards, CAF USA, Casa Trinity Prevention, Chemung Canal Trust Company, Chemung Supply, Coca-Cola, Council Rock Wealth Advisory Group, Dandy Mini Marts, Elm Chevrolet, Elmira Heat Treating, Chemung County Family Fitness Center, Finger Lakes Federal Credit Union, FM Howell, Glove House, Guthrie, Hilliard Corporation, Honeybee Made, Jubilee Foods, Kahuna's, Kennedy Valve, M&T Bank, Martha Lloyd Community Services, McDonald's, Papa John's, Pathways, Pinecroft, Rodney J. Strange, ServPro, Serve You Credit Union, Sheddens, Solutions Credit Union, Southern Tier Custom Fabricators, Susan Minchin Dentistry, Swan Morse Insurance, Texas Roadhouse, Tom South Corning Collision, the United States Army, the United States Navy, Vasco Brands, Wegmans, Wise Markets, Well Now Urgent Care, WETM, Wiggle 100, and Woodbrook Assisted Living. Thank you for sponsoring the Elmira Pioneers, and go Pios. Top 4 coming up here as the Pioneers scored 3 in the last inning. It's 8-3. There's a little bit of a tech difficulty here at Dunn Field, and you can see as we headed into break, Coach Drum looking up towards the booth and saying, "We got 8." He knows his numbers, and he gets ready to bring his team forward, as remaining on the mound will be the pitcher for Elmira, Zach Nelson, who is looking to continue his work. He is facing up against Shane Santaga, the left fielder, who looks to get things going. First pitch goes for a strike, and this rain is really coming down now. You can see historic Dunn Field and the diamond changing over from that lighter brown earlier to a darker brown now, and that one goes in the dirt, and you can kind of see it there when the dirt gets kicked up, a little bit of that lighter color. That's just the rain. It's wetting the field for the grounds crew. Lights are on right now. There is still some spots in the sky with blue, so that could not, it could just be a passing shower here. It's 2-1 now. Nelson doesn't get his spot. Esley and Gardner, the middle infield for the Pioneers, currently playing back on the grass. That one does not hit the corner. It hits off the ground, off the side of the glove for Jones. So now this ball is even getting a little slick, and Nelson's scraping his cleats off on the mound. Maybe the dirt's getting a little stuck there. As continuing to warm his right-hander for the Pilots. As Moore went there, as that one's hit hard, it's going towards left field. Trying to get under the one and not being able to is Jack Tubman. All of a sudden, Santaga's in there with a stand-up double. Big hit for the Pilots. Is now coming up to the plate is going to be Jaden Pena, who had a single in his first at-bat against Nelson. And Jaden Pena, he's looking to continue his ways, especially now with a man in scoring position. And one big swing of the bat, and his lead gets cut down more. Pioneers scored 3 in the last half to bring it up. But there's still possibility as the rain stops. Now, if you see any drips falling down, it's from the top of the press box. That one goes for a ball. 1-0 count. Still no outs here in the top of the fourth. Pioneers and Pilots. I'm going to get things going here as that pitch goes low for ball 2. It's a 2-0 count now. Nelson still scraping off those cleats. Once again, maybe that dirt is getting up in there and it's throwing off his timing. It seems like it's less of a problem of grip right now. Nelson looks back. Esley shows if he would play the pickoff. As that one swung on and missed by Pena. It's the first strike of the at-bat. 2-1 now. Pioneers currently a game above 500. Looking to stay that way today. Potentially move it over to 2 above as that one goes for a ball. It's 3-1 count now as we talk about some of the other games in the league. As the Auburn Double Days ended up beating the Geneva Red Wings in a game that was suspended yesterday. As that one goes inside and it hits off of Pena's helmet. So Pena will get on base by a hit by pitch. And Liam Wagner now will be the one to come up next for Pioneers. And there's a lot of digging there coming from Nelson, who's using that base on the mound. As 2 men on now come for the Pilots. Still 0 outs in the inning. And it's Liam Wagner who comes up to try and break this one open. Liam Wagner goes to Emerson College over in Massachusetts. As that one is hit hard, hit high, hit towards right field, and looking to get underneath that one as it heads into foul territory. There is Gindrich. He gets the first out, tries to throw it over to third base to get towards Davis, but Davis can't apply the tag in time. It's going to be a tag-up play there after Wagner's fly out. So now Santaga moves to third base and Pena moves to second. It's the first out of the inning on the sac fly. And Will Webster is now the one who's stepping up, and the crucial factor for him was how these 3 runs got on the board. It was a hard hit flyer that Tyson Gingrich could only watch as it went over the fence in right field. 3-run home run. Looking to move on there as that one clips corner for strike number 1. If Webster were to repeat what he did before, it's moving this game back down to 2. As Nelson kicks and delivers, and that one is in for a strike. It's now 0-2 on Webster. And Will Webster from Boston, Massachusetts, but he's another guy that plays in that Liberty League up there with Rochester, as that one is outside, 1-2. Pioneers currently wearing their red uniforms. Normally we see those pinstripe ones, but today they decide to get those red ones out and working. 1-2 count, 1 out. That one is low. Jones grabs it, looks over, makes sure that he doesn't have to jump up and throw it. It's now 2-2. Here. Zach Nelson looks down. He gets ready. 1 out. That one's hit high and foul. And that one's another good thud off the top of the ceiling here. It still remains 2-2 count as those storm clouds move aside. We still have a little bit of light precipitation, though, as they check the swing. It says he doesn't go. It's 3-2. From my vantage point, good call there. Didn't look like he went around. But a 3-2 count now. Nelson looks down towards Jones. Opportunity to get out number 2 here as that one is thrown. That one is a ball for ball number 4. Webster holds up, and it's going to be bases loaded now for Brolin Haley. As now Nelson continues there, and it's going to be someone's warming up there for the Pios in their bullpen. I'll get you the name of it as soon as possible. But it is a right-hander getting ready to go there. Single digit for them. So we'll see where that one ends up going. Potentially maybe see a guy like Lucas Rylander be there as that one's hit high into the air and towards foul territory. Trying to get underneath that one is Davis. He's on the strip before the dugout, and he gets the out there of Haley. So pop up to Alex Davis, and now it's Sam Heinz coming up. 2 outs. Bases are currently juiced for the Pilots, and they're going to try and get things moving, especially if the man out there is Rylander, who could open things up for the Pioneers. Nelson gets ready to throw. He does so. Good framing by Jones there as they get the strike. 0-1 count. 2 outs. I feel like it's a pendulum of when this rain's coming in and when it's not, because it's back to high precipitation right now. Strike 2. 0-2 count. Zach Nelson looking to get his K in the rain with a bases loaded situation. 0-2, 2 outs. The delivery, that one's hit hard. It heads over towards Gingrich and right. He takes a couple steps back. He looks to grab that one, and he does so. Nelson gets out of the bases loaded jam, and the Pioneers now have an opportunity to increase their lead. They hold the Pilots, to a goose egg here. It is 8-3 still as the Pioneers get ready to go. And I'll come back in real quick here. So I mentioned all that rain before. We are currently going to be sitting in a rain delay. The Pioneers, they currently lead 8-3. We'll see how long this one lasts. Coach Drum begins to walk on this field, pointing towards our grounds crew. We'll see how long this one ends up lasting, but right now, scorer holds at 8-3 Pioneers lead before the bottom half of the fourth. We'll take a pause. We return here after the brief rain delay. It was our grounds crew coming out and helping things out. The umpires had them go out. It was our grounds crew, Connor Kelly and Jacob Rose, step out there to help alongside Nasty Nate, who's getting a little bit of dirt moving over on the side. But we return as action gets ready to go here for both sides to see just how this squad is going to move along after the rain delay. We'll have to look and see what's going to happen here, as it's going to be a potential new pitcher for both sides considering the rain delay. And it is, in fact, a new pitcher. It's Connor Wright, who steps up as going to be the reliever in this one, following the pause in the action. So, when we look at the stat line for Jackson Moore, he ended up pitching through 3 innings. He allowed 5 hits by the Pioneers, 8 runs passed. I'll get a more certain one on the earned runs later on here. He only struck out 1, and he ended up walking 5 members of the Pioneer squad. But Connor Wright steps up here, and he's going to be the pitcher for the Pilots. He's from Raleigh, North Carolina. Coming in relief. He was playing yesterday as a hitter. He comes in here today. This is going to be his first appearance of the season. And up to bat will be Brett Baker, who steps up. And if you're just coming in a little bit late here, it's currently 8-3 Pioneers lead in this contest as we head to the bottom of the 4th. It started off with a 4-run first inning, a single-run second, and a 3-run third, as the first pitch from Connor Wright goes in there for a strike. And Connor Wright, the right-hander here, getting ready to send things on as Brett Baker watches that one high. Brett Baker, so far in this game, he's currently not had an at-bat. Technically, he's gone to the plate twice. That one's outside for a strike. It's a 1-2 count now. He had the walk to start things off in the first inning, made his way around the base path. There was a sacrifice fly after the fact that brought home Michael Ferranti and got him the RBI. So that one's hit high into the air towards the third base side, trying to get underneath that one, and he does so as Haley. So it's the first out of the inning. It's the pop fly over to the third baseman, and now up is Alex Davis. Davis, so far in this game, he was hit his first time up on the first pitch, and he ended up grounding one over to third base. First pitch from Wright is low but swung, and it's going to be strike number 1. The delay came in there, and with rain delays, you expect pitchers, and they say he went on the swing for strike 2. You expect pitchers to switch out, because that sort of pause, you get out of your rhythm. You aren't throwing at all because you have to stay in the dugout. That's ball number 1. 1-2 count now. And we can potentially see who will be out next for the Pioneers. So that one is high. 2-2. As these two sides look to continue on. It's the second half of a 2-game series. Yesterday, the Pioneers won that one 7-3. Right now, it's Pioneers lead 8-3. 3-2 count. That one's hit right back over to right. It hits off the backside of his leg, and Alex Davis will reach there on the single. So a hard hit shot goes right at Connor Wright, who gets it back in to play. He seems to be okay. He gives the thumbs up. So now Jalen Tidwell will step up to the plate, and the story of this game so far, Pioneers score. Newark comes close to scoring, but not able to get past, as the lone scores from this one from Newark were the Will Webster 3-run home run. And it was Zach Nelson getting out of a bases-loaded jam beforehand. And Connor Wright, he looks over towards first base. First pitch is in there for a strike. 0-1 count to start things off for Jalen Tidwell. Currently occupying first is Alex Davis, and he's hoping to potentially steal a bag for the squad on the season so far, as that one goes outside for a ball. Alex Davis has stolen a couple bases on the season. He's currently sitting at 2 stolen bags, so he's got an opportunity to make it 3. That one's cut and missed. 1-2 now for Jalen Tidwell. Looking to not allow Connor Wright to get the 1-2-3 inning. A lot of these players for the Pilots are playing both sides of the ball, pitching and hitting, and sometimes even moving from the field outward, as a guy like Aiden Davenport saw yesterday. 2-2 now. Pioneers trying to increase their 5-run lead. Could it come off the bat of Tidwell, as a throw back over to Alex Davis is not in time. Safe at first. Still remains 2-2 count, though. Tidwell gets rid of his shin guard here. Have to see what the thought process is on that one, but removes his shin guard. It's 2-2. That one's high. It's now a full count. And Tidwell now has a count full. Davis is going to run no matter what on this pitch, and it's check swing foul. 3-2, 1 out. Coach Drum gives the taps of on the side there at third base. Getting his lead is Davis. The delivery. That one is inside. It's going to be ball number 4. Alex Davis gets his walk, and Jalen Tidwell gets his walk, and he heads on over to first base. So now it's 2-man on coming up for Jack Tubman, who got on with a 2-run single earlier, and then also reached and made his way around following an E6 in the 3rd inning, an error on the shortstop in Carlos Jara with a throw. As that one goes for a ball. 1-0 count comes in for Tubman, who looks to increase his numbers even more. 1-0. That one's hit high and foul for the man coming out of Roger Williams University. So far on the season for Tubman, he's got 3 RBIs, including the 2 today. That makes it up to 5. Trying to extend that number more, including the Pioneers' lead. As Wright looks back and fires. As that one's hit off the end of the bat, it's a immediate go over. They miss some tag there as the ball was grabbed by Will Webster. So no double play ball, but it's a second out coming in for the Pioneers following the line drive over to first. And Michael Gardner now steps up to the plate for the Pioneers. He has a single so far in this one, and he's stolen a pair of bags. So opportunity arises for the right-handed batter. His 3rd at-bat. He had an RBI in his last one. That was the one that sent Tubman all the way home. Swung on a miss there for strike number 1. Michael Gardner with one swing of the bat could extend this lead even higher. Pioneers hope that could be the case. As a throwback attempt, that one misses, and going to be running over towards third base is Alex Davis. A missed throw there comes in, and the pickoff attempt does not go. All of a sudden, Davis moves to third base, and Jalen Tidwell moves to second. And Wright's going to ask for a new ball. That one looked like the second baseman wasn't even in position, Castillo. So, very difficult spot there as looking for the delivery is Wright, and that one will pierce the plate for strike number 2. 0-2 count. Man on second, man on third. 2 outs. That one, it hits the corner, and Michael Gardner watches strike 3 go past him as that ends the bottom half of the 4th, heading into the top of the 5th. Pioneers are left with a goose egg. It's 8-3 here from Dunn Field. The Elmira Pioneers are sponsored by AIM Independent Living, AJ's Outdoor Power Equipment, Ann's Pancakes, Centralis Health, Blaze Brockway, Bully Hill Vineyards, CAF USA, Casa Trinity Prevention, Chemung Canal Trust Company, Chemung Supply, Coca-Cola, Council Rock Wealth Advisory Group, Dandy Mini Marts, Elm Chevrolet, Elmira Heat Treating, Chemung County Family Fitness Center, Finger Lakes Federal Credit Union, FM Howell, Glove House, Guthrie, Hilliard Corporation, Honeybee Made, Jubilee Foods, Kahuna's, Kennedy Valve, M&T Bank, Martha Lloyd Community Services, McDonald's, Papa John's, Pathways, Pinecroft, Rodney J. Strange, ServPro, Serve You Credit Union, Sheddens, Solutions Credit Union, Southern Tier Custom Fabricators, Susan Minchin Dentistry, Swan Morse Insurance, Texas Roadhouse, Tom South Corning Collision, the United States Army, the United States Navy, Vasco Brands, Wegmans, Wise Markets, Well Now Urgent Care, WETM, Wiggle 100, and Woodbrook Assisted Living. Thank you for sponsoring the Elmira Pioneers, and go Pios. Kyung-Sung Min steps up to be the batter for the Pilots, and even though the rain delay, that doesn't change who's on the mound for the Pioneers. Zach Nelson stays there. First pitch very close to hitting Min, but will stay away for ball number 1. Top of the 5th, Pioneers looking any way they can to try and get this one securely in their lead, as it's strike number 1 there on the foul tip. 1-1 count. Zach Nelson already threw 4 innings of work, has 3 earned runs to his name, 1 strikeout, but allowed 4 hits. 1-2 count. Nelson's delivery. Swung on and missed. That's strike 3. That's his second punch out of the day. And that flips over the lineup, and coming up now is going to be Miles Castillo to look to bat with 1 out down here. And Pioneers continue to work. Right now, Newark still looking for their first victory on the season. Currently sitting at 0-5. So that one goes outside for ball number 1 here against Castilla. Nelson steps and delivers. He does not hit the zone there. It's 2-0 now towards Castillo as we take a brief pause to talk about games in the rest of the PGCBL in the West Division. Niagara Falls Americans currently at Jamestown Tarpskunks. It's the bottom of the 6th inning. It's 4-3 as that one's hit hard there by Castillo, and jumping up for that one will be the right fielder in Gindrich. So it's a fly out to right field, and Tyson Gindrich leaps and receives to get that one. And now going to come up for this one is Carlos Jara, the shortstop. So as I was saying, Niagara Falls Americans at Jamestown Tarpskunks. It's 4-3 in the bottom half of the 6th. And Geneva Red Wings and the Auburn Doubledays, they're at Auburn. Bottom 4, Auburn currently leads 4-2. First pitch, strike, right in the heart of the plate. As those are the lone games happening right now around the West Division. A lot of implications early on here. That one's hit hard on the ground. Gardner's going to pick it up if he can get his glove on it. That one just died in the dirt. It's going to be an error ruled against Gardner. His second error ruled against him today. As Aiden Davenport steps up to take this one. He's the right fielder in this contest. It's one man on now for the Pilots, who look to potentially cut this lead. And who better than Davenport to do so? However, right now, he's only hit some ground balls. 2 outs. Zach Nelson delivers. That one's on the outside corner. Attempt to throw it out. It goes right past the glove of Gardner and heads into center field there. Stolen base comes in for Carlos Jara. There. It's now a 1-0 count against the Pios with a man on second base. And for Jara, that's a big play for him here in this contest. And that will end up equating to his first stolen base on the season. So the Pilots have had multiple guys get their first steals of the year over the Pioneers. Carlos Jara is one of them. 1-0 count for Davenport. Nelson stares back. He looks forward and fires, and that one is outside. Framing job of Jones, not able to fool the man behind the plate. It's going to be count here. That one there does get the spot. So now Davenport is getting very close to his final strikes. Man on second, 2 outs. Nelson steps and fires. That one's hit right back towards Nelson. Gardner's going to have to play this one. He tries to grab it barehanded. He cannot do so. Esley grabs it and attacks towards third to make sure there's no movement. Tough play for Gardner there. It will be ruled as a single for Davenport. Now it's men on the corners for the Pilots. Looking to get things moving. As right now, Carlos Jara sits at third. Aiden Davenport sits at first. Opportunity to cut this lead down. Pilots do not want to face any possibility of a run rule situation. And that one's hit high and foul. Of course, run rules have been the last 2 games here at Dunn Field. A win in the 7th over Geneva, a win in the 7th over Olean. Both of those games by 10 runs. Of course, that would require Elmira to score to get into that 10-run lead. Still a difficult situation. That one bounces in the dirt. Throw over. Davenport makes it over to second base. Manny Esley jumps forward to make sure that if there's any possibility of Jara stealing home, he could gun it right back to Jones. But it'll just go as a stolen base there for Davenport. And now it's 2 in scoring position. And the bloop single could score Davenport from second and make this a 3-run lead only for the Pioneers. So that one's hit hard and foul. 1-2 is now the count for the left fielder in Shane Santaga. With Jaden Pena waiting by. He's got 2 times on base, so if Santaga can reach, opportunity for Pena to put some runs on the board. 1-2, low. The breaking ball does not fall in the spot. It's 2-2 now. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. 2 men on, third base and second currently occupied. It's a 5-run lead for the Pioneers. The 2-2. Hit high in foul territory. Running over towards that one is Jones. He's getting very close. He'll go into the box seats, though. No opportunity to play that one. Remains 2-2. For the side. As Nelson gets to wipe off his feet. He was doing a lot of that when the rain first started coming down. Now that it's gone by, it's a little bit more humid now at Dunn Field. Nelson throws. It's in the dirt. It's going to be a full count coming for Santaga. He had a double last time. Made his way to third base. Got stranded there in the 4th inning when the bases were completely juiced. Nelson turns his hips. The kick and fire on the full count. Low, ball 4. Bases are now loaded again. And up to bat will be Jaden Pena, who is the DH in this contest. No meeting for Zach Nelson here as he grabs the rosin bag. This is the sort of situation where you saw Nelson get out of it last time. For Coach Drum, you have to have faith in your pitcher. That's what he's doing so far. Try to see if Nelson can get through the 5th. That one is high, ball 1. It's getting close here for Nelson. He wants to get one more out. Escape this inning without any runs given up. That one is outside, 2-0 now. 4 straight balls have come through 2 batters for Nelson. 8-3. But 3 ducks on the pond as that pitch dribbles in the dirt. It's ball number 3. A 3-0 count for Jaden Pena. Nelson gets ready to deliver. The delivery. Strike. Hitting it there. Pena did not let the bat leave his shoulder. As right now the center fielder, Brett Baker, plays further back. That one's hit hard but foul. So what was a 3-0 count in large favor of Pena moves to a full one. 1 strike and Nelson gets out of the inning. 1 ball. Pena will move to first and a run will score. Any sort of bat on ball, and we'll have to see where it ends up. Nelson, 3-2. Outside, ball 4. It's a walk in a run for the Pilots as Carlos Strara makes his 90-foot trek back home. It's now 8-4. All of a sudden, those little plays are allowing the Pilots to break into that deficit, as coming out is going to be the pitching coach to have a little discussion. As each time it sees that the pitching coaches come out, it's the kick of the dirt by the rubber for the side. And here they go. Top 5 here, 2 outs. Nelson gets in there. Up to bat, Liam Wagner. He had a double to start this one out. Nelson's kick and delivery right in the heart of the zone. It's strike number 1, 0-1 count. Nelson gets ready. Jones gives him the sign. 0-1. Inward. 1-1. Nelson has to reset. 1-1 count. That one's hit high and foul off the right side. 1-2 now. As the fans get into this one, the Let's Go Pios chants continue to roar at Dunn Field. 1-2. That one's fouled. Now is this the spot where if you're Zach Nelson, do you try to throw one outside the zone to see if you can get Wagner to bite? All depends. It's a 1-run inning so far for Newark. That one's hit hard. It goes towards Esley. Esley lays down for that one. He grabs it. He throws right over to Gabbianelli at first base, and they get out of the inning. Big play there by Manny Esley. Escapes the side. Only 1 run leaks through. It's 8-4. Pioneers get ready to try and extend their lead coming up right after this. Stay connected with the Pioneers all season on social media. You can check us out on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and X at the Elmira Pioneers. We're posting all the time on game day to keep you up with the team. As coming up to the plate now for your Elmira Pioneers is going to be Ryan Gabbianelli. Gabbianelli has reached both times that he's gone to the plate. He's 1 for 1 in at-bats with a single. First pitch from right. That one's cut and missed for strike number 1. Ryan Gabbianelli looking to get some bat on ball here in this one, as that one's outside for a ball. Gabbianelli has not had a multi-hit game this season. That one's in there for a strike 1 and 2. 1-2 count, no outs, as Connor Wright stays on the mound for the squad. That one's hit hard right back towards Wright, who takes a couple steps and flips it on over to his first baseman and Will Webster for the first out. Tyson Gindrich will be the one to step up now, the right fielder. He's one of the few players who have not reached the base path all day. The only one. Every single other player has reached either by way of error, a walk, hit by pitch, or getting a hit themselves. That one's hit hard. It heads over, and it goes over the center fielder's head at Liam Wagner. And as I was saying, all of a sudden, every single Pioneer today has made it on base, and that includes this triple coming in by Tyson Gindrich. A one-out triple leaves golden opportunity for Ryan Jones to step up and take this one forward. The 7th hit on the day for the Pioneers comes in that spot there on first pitch from Gindrich. As there's a little bit of toss happening over towards the bullpen of Newark. Connor Wright steps and fires. That one's high for ball number 1. Connor Wright came in relief of Jackson Moore following the 15-minute rain delay. Moore just went 3 innings as that one is swung and missed. 1-1 now. Man on third is Tyson Gindrich, the last Pioneer to get on today. So that one goes for a strike. And it's 1-2 now. Michael Ferranti waits on deck. The throw outside. 2-2. And Connor Wright just looking to make sure he gets everything going in proper order for him. He fires. That one's low. Full count comes for Ryan Jones, who reached earlier on an error by the second baseman. 3-2. That one's hit high into the air. It's going to be tracked underneath by the second baseman, who makes the catching. Gindrich is not going to try and move. It's just going to be for the second out. Now Michael Ferranti has to look to try and get his out in there. After that pop fly went towards second. Ferranti had a single his last time up. Connor Wright kicks and fires. Low ball. Ball 1. So the infield staying at their usual depth for Ferranti. That one's in there for a strike. And for this Newark team, holding off the Pioneers here would be huge. Don't let that lead get back to 5 as that one's low. Slowly chip away at the squad. It's 3-1 now. That one low. Correct my numbers. Now it's 3-1. Miscounted a ball there, but here comes the delivery. 3-1. That one's ball 4. A walk comes in for Michael Ferranti, and Manny Estley now steps to the plate for the 4th time here today. He walked to start things off. He ended up getting a stolen base. Then it was a sacrifice bunt and a fly out. That's been his kind of day today. But he's got men occupying the corners of the diamond. The look from right at Estley swings pitch 1, and it's going to be strike 1. Manny Estley continues to try and get his bat on ball. I mentioned to start things off, he only has 1 hit on the season. That one was just a regular old single. That one gets cornered for strike 2. 0-2 count now for Estley. 2 outs, 2 on. The Pioneers currently lead over Newark by 4. Connor Wright looking to get the final out of the inning to leave 2 stranded, as it's going to be step off there, as right there was Ferranti making his couple paces over. He went a little bit too far than he would like. The throw, that one is in the dirt. No chance to go there from Gindrich, but it's going to be a stolen base by Ferranti. 1-2 count now. Anything gets past Heinz at catching, expect a little bit of running to come from the Pioneers. 1-2 against Estley. Wright delivers. Hit by Estley hard. It heads over towards the second baseman there in Castillo, who flings it over to Webster for the easy out. So no runs scored there by the Pioneers. The Newark Pilots are able to hold off. They put one up on the board themselves. They cut it down to 4. It's 8-4 Pio's lead here as we head into the top of the 6th. The Elmira Pioneers are sponsored by AIM Independent Living, AJ's Outdoor Power Equipment, Ann's Pancakes, Centralis Health, Blaze Brockway, Bully Hill Vineyards, CAF USA, Casa Trinity Prevention, Chemung Canal Trust Company, Chemung Supply, Coca-Cola, Council Rock Wealth Advisory Group, Dandy Mini Marts, Elm Chevrolet, Elmira Heat Treating, Chemung County Family Fitness Center, Finger Lakes Federal Credit Union, FM Howell, Glove House, Guthrie, Hilliard Corporation, Honeybee Made, Jubilee Foods, Kahuna's, Kennedy Valve, M&T Bank, Martha Lloyd Community Services, McDonald's, Papa John's, Pathways, Pinecroft, Rodney J. Strange, ServPro, Serve You Credit Union, Sheddens, Solutions Credit Union, Southern Tier Custom Fabricators, Susan Minchin Dentistry, Swan Morse Insurance, Texas Roadhouse, Tom South Corning Collision, the United States Army, the United States Navy, Vasco Brands, Wegmans, Wise Markets, Well Now Urgent Care, WETM, Wiggle 100, and Woodbrook Assisted Living. Thank you for sponsoring the Elmira Pioneers, and go Pios. Return here, top 6, and it's a new pitcher for the Pioneers. It's going to be Lucas Rylander stepping in relief of Zach Nelson, who ended up going 5 innings. He allowed 5 hits, 4 runs crossed, but only 3 of which will be earned to him. So now it's going to be the new batter. It's Will Webster stepping up for the side for the Pilots as they, once again, they briefly broke into that lead with just 1 run. Rylander steps up to this one. This is his first time pitching since that game against against Batavia for Elmira. That game against Batavia, he was having a little bit of difficulty. That one comes in, it's going to be there. Rylander now 2 straight balls against him. That pitch is fouled. Very close, but they rule it a foul, so it's 2-1 now for Will Webster, and for Lucas Rylander. He's coming out of Adams, Massachusetts, pitching at Norwich University. 2-1 count now for Will Webster, who had the home run that scored the 3 earned on Zach Nelson. So a lot of power in that bat could get used. Rylander's throw. That one's hit hard. It's going to right field, and try and get underneath that one is Gindrich. He doesn't. It hits off the STCF sign. Throw goes in. Gardner cuts it off. It's a double there for Will Webster as he gets on base to be one of the first. And the batter coming up now for the side is going to be Brolin Haley, with a man in prime scoring position for the team with no outs. It's Will Webster sitting there at second base. Esley moves over in case of a pickoff attempt. Rylander steps and delivers. That one really close towards Haley. Ball 1. 1-0 count. We cross the 9 o'clock time here at Dunn Field. That pitch is high. 2-0 for Haley. Sam Heinz waits on deck as the catcher. That one again getting very close. 3-0 the count. Rylander. Looks back. Kicks and deals in 3-0, and he gets his first strike of the at-bat. Opportunity for Rylander to reset himself and try and find that zone. He's only got 1 ball to work with, though. He steps off. And it's now back on the rubber. The right-hander getting ready to work here. Looks back. Steps and fires. That one is ball number 4. 5-pitch walk comes in. Now first and second base are currently occupied. Sam Heinz. He wants to knock one. As sitting on deck is Kyung So Min, who would represent the tying run if Heinz were to get on. Throw from Rylander. That one's hit hard and high towards left field. Going back there, though, is Tubman for the out. Got pieces of that one, but not enough to head towards the wall. Will be out number one. And up to bat, Kyung Seong Min. Excuse me, it's actually going to be a pinch hitter coming in for the Pilots here. Justin Dandino will be the pinch hitter. He fills in for Min. And Dandino is from Sudbury, Ontario, Canada. And he hopes to get the bat warmed as he's still looking for his first hit on the season through 4 at-bats. He has walked once, though, so currently sitting at a 20% on-base percentage as it's a mound visit between Jones and Rylander. 1 out right now as they discuss to see where the movement is. Given the long discussion, potentially see a movement. There's a chance that it could be a movement in the field as well. But Justin Dandino waits on as they continue to discuss. Dandino would be the extra hitter coming in, so it's not as though he's specifically coming in for someone in the field. As they continue to talk this through. Don't know specifically what they are discussing that took the extra bit of time, but either way, Dandino is up to bat for the Pilots. Looking for his first hit of the season, the left-handed batter. 1 out now here in the top half of the 6th. Look back from Rylander. The throw, it's a steal attempt. Jones throws to third base. Right there in time is Alex Davis for the steal. Caught stealing. There's out number 2. So what took a second to figure out the situation, it looks as though they were told to steal, and one man does, but getting thrown out at third base is Webster. Haley moves towards second. That first pitch, though, went for a ball. Second pitch goes for a strike. It's a 1-1 count now. Coming for these two sides. Right after it rains, the humidity, always a big factor in these games. That one's low. The throw back over to second base. Does he get in there? He does. Very close to getting picked off at second base as Haley, as Gardner got right there. Heads up awareness by Jones to throw it back over for the possibility of getting the third out of the inning, but unfortunately not going in favor. 2-1. 2 outs. Top 6. Delivery outside. 3-1. Dandon out. He's in a hitter's count. One pitch outside, and he makes his way over to first base. And that is the case. His second walk of the year comes in as new batter steps up to the plate there. It's going to be another pinch hitter coming in for the Pilots, and it's going to be Takahashi. It's going to be Kyle Takahashi stepping up as the pinch hitter here. So back-to-back pinch hitters in for the Pilots as they currently occupy first and second base. Kyle Takahashi wearing number 21 as he gets his swing practice in. Rylander's looking to get out of this inning. Back in the situation he was before. Man on second, man on first. Could there be a chance of a double steal? We'll have to see. Takahashi is taking his time to get into the zone, into the box. As here comes the first pitch for the new man on the top of the order. As Rylander gives the sign to Jones to switch it over. The throw swung on and missed for strike number one. Throw back over towards second once again. Astley grabbed that one. So still playing over there is Haley. Kyle Takahashi looks at an 0-1 right now with Rylander. Takahashi has one hit so far in the season. That one's inside. He's gone to the plate 8 times. He has one hit to his name. 0 RBIs on the season. Could get his first one here if he can get a piece of this baseball. 1-1. High pitch. 2-1. Takahashi dots up the plate. He has a pretty much stand-up stance. Not much squat in those knees. As he gets down there, it's 3-1 now. Jones with a high throw back over to Rylander. Rylander hoping to get out of this inning unscathed. First two men got on a double and a walk. That one's a high pitch. Jones makes sure to stay on top of it, but it's ball 4 nonetheless. They say he went on the swing. So they say that Takahashi went on the swing. It looked, from my vantage point, like he held up, but home plate umpire and second base umpire both rule that he went. So benefit for the Pioneers. It's now a 3-2 count. Getting ready for this one. Rylander delivers. That one's hit off the end of the bat, and it'll go high and foul. And hits off the roof of the stands here. Count remains full. 2 outs. As we get past 8:45. That one outside. That's ball 4. For Takahashi, who gets on base. Now up is going to be Carlos Jara. And currently right now, waiting as a pinch hitter, it looks to be, is going to be Lucas Orlovitz. Bases are loaded here for Jara. He represents the tying run for the Pilots. His first pitch is swung. It's going to jump right past Davis there. 1 run scores. The second run is going to come in and score. Jara is going to move himself over to second base. And it's going to be a big hit for the Newark Pilots that move them to within 2 runs of the Pioneers. It's 8-6 as all of a sudden it's man on second, man on third. And the pitching coach comes out to discuss with Rylander, who is having some struggles in this outing. It's now 6-8 Newark lead. As on deck is Lucas Orlovitz, it seems, to try and get things moving for the squad. And there's still man on second, man on third, as it's a discussion to just make sure that Orlo's there. As another visit, as he actually subs in for Aiden Davenport, who plays in right. However, Orlovitz is generally the man who plays third. Lucas Orlovitz, he was a third team in the Liberty League for Ithaca College. As he gets ready to get things going, he represents the leading run if he can cross the plate in this 8-6 game. Rylander just needs to get that final out. Orlovitz on the season, still looking for his first hit. Here is the opportunity that he would like. That one's inside, but they ruled a strike. It looked as though it was coming close, but hit the corner of the plate. 0-1 count now. Rylander delivers. Swung on a miss for strike number 2. Orlovitz attacking this ball hard. 0-2 count, 2 outs. Currently sitting on third base is Kyle Takahashi. Strike 3 there on the swing. A 3-pitch strikeout of Orlovitz, and that gets Rylander out of the top half of the inning. But the Newark Pilots score 2. It's 8-6 here as we head towards the bottom of the 6th inning. Bottom 6, Brett Baker steps up here to go for the Pioneers following what was a 2-run top half of the inning that cut the lead down as Wright stays here as the pitcher for the Pilots. And that pitch goes outside. Brett Baker flew out to the third baseman last time in foul territory as that one's hit hard but foul. First base coach not trying to make a play on that one. As it's a 1-1 count now. Baker versus Wright. As Wright's delivery is low. 2-1 now. 2-1 count now for Brett Baker as Wright delivers that one. It goes low again. So Wright's finding the plate, just not the, whatever you'd like to call that in terms of the height, but just not the right area as that one goes for ball number 4, and it's a 5-pitch walk that sends Brett Baker onto the base path. And up next is Alex Davis to take this forward, and Davis would like to get his second hit of the day here for the team. On the season, Alex Davis, he's batting 200. One hit so far today. As that one's low for a ball. 1-0 count for him. So opportunity to improve his averages. As Wright looks down, Wright deals, and that one's hit off the end of the bat and goes foul. And Davis will just adjust the elbow guard as the umpire takes the new balls from the bat boy. And it's a 1-1 count now. Man on first base, that there being Brett Baker, who can go to the distance if need be. That one bounces high into the air. Baker moves towards second. He's going to try and go for third. The throw over to third base, not in time. Olovitz has to jump in front of it. So it's 2 stolen bases there for Brett Baker as he moves his way over to third. Just a pitch that was thrown that was low. The blocker in the center mass of the catcher able to hold it off, but it's a 2-1 count now with a man on third base. As that one's hit hard by Davis towards right field. Trying to track that one down as the right fielder in foul territory, but not a chance. It's 2-2 now. No outs, and currently Brett Baker sits 90 feet away. Connor Wright trying to get out without a run. He's got to go through 3 outs, though, and a full count comes in. Connor Wright came in the 4th inning. So that one's low for ball 4. Came in the 4th inning, did not allow a run. Hasn't allowed one. But now that's looking in jeopardy. Jalen Tidwell is going to get ready to come up as it's a meeting on the mound between these two sides. Connor Wright hands the ball over. It's going to be a done day for him. A brand new arm getting ready to go for the Pilots. As we'll get ready, it's going to be another right-hander for the squad getting prepared to bring this one forward. We'll step aside as they begin to get warm. The Elmira Pioneers are sponsored by AIM Independent Living, AJ's Outdoor Power Equipment, Ann's Pancakes, Centralis Health, Blaze Brockway, Bully Hill Vineyards, CAF USA, Casa Trinity Prevention, Chemung Canal Trust Company, Chemung Supply, Coca-Cola, Council Rock Wealth Advisory Group, Dandy Mini Marts, Elm Chevrolet, Elmira Heat Treating, Chemung County Family Fitness Center, Finger Lakes Federal Credit Union, FM Howell, Glove House, Guthrie, Hilliard Corporation, Honeybee Maid, Jubilee Foods, Kahuna's, Kennedy Valve, M&T Bank, Martha Lloyd Community Services, McDonald's, Papa John's, Pathways, Pinecroft, Rodney J. Strange, ServPro, ServU Credit Union, Sheddens, Solutions Credit Union, Southern Tier Custom Fabricators, Susan Minchin Dentistry, Swan Morse Insurance, Texas Roadhouse, Tom South Corning Collision, the United States Army, the United States Navy, Vasco Brands, Wegmans, Wise Markets, Well Now Urgent Care, WETM, Wiggle 100, and Woodbrook Assisted Living. Thank you for sponsoring the Elmira Pioneers, and go Pios. Justin Romance enters in as the relief pitcher for the Pilots. He was the first baseman yesterday for the team, and Connor Wright exits after just 2 innings of work. Romance's first pitch is high for ball 1, and Wright exits with 1 hit on his total. In terms of runs, we'll figure that one out once these guys get past, as that one's outside. A stolen base attempt comes in. Ruled safe there at second base is Alex Davis. So he gets a stolen base, and Jalen Tidwell is now looking at a 2-0 count with no outs. Justin Romance, the righty with that full sleeve of tattoos on his left arm. So that first pitch goes for a strike. And Tidwell looks to get back into this one. Infielders playing on the interior grass with a 3-1 count. In case of a bunt to attack with a 3-1 now. Question is does Drum have his guy swing? And that one is low. It'll be ball 4. Bases loaded for the Pioneers. And coming up next is going to be Jack Tubman. Had a single to start the day off, as I've mentioned twice before. That went for 2 RBIs. Tubman then reached on an error by the shortstop, but his last time he lined out to the first baseman. No outs here for Tubman as he hits that one hard but high. It'll not go far enough. It's going to go right into the glove of Santaga in left field, and running all his way home there will be Brett Baker for the sacrifice fly. So Pios get one. They trade an out for a run. As Brett Baker makes his way on home, it's now 9-6 Pioneers lead. And Michael Gardner now will be the one at the plate. He struck out looking his last time up. That was up against Connor Wright. That was his lone strikeout. It's Romance's throw. That one's hit hard right back over to second base, and it'll be an unassisted double play coming in there for Miles Castillo. For the second baseman there in Takahashi. Kyle Takahashi gets the unassisted double play, and we'll take a quick pause here before we head to the top of the 7th inning. Pioneers lead 9-6. The Elmira Pioneers are sponsored by AIM Independent Living, AJ's Outdoor Power Equipment, Ann's Pancakes, Centralis Health, Blaze Brockway, Bully Hill Vineyards, CAF USA, Casa Trinity Prevention, Chemung Canal Trust Company, Chemung Supply, Coca-Cola, Council Rock Wealth Advisory Group, Dandy Mini Marts, Elm Chevrolet, Elmira Heat Treating, Chemung County Family Fitness Center, Finger Lakes Federal Credit Union, FM Howell, Glove House, Guthrie, Hilliard Corporation, Honeybee Maid, Jubilee Foods, Kahuna's, Kennedy Valve, M&T Bank, Martha Lloyd Community Services, McDonald's, Papa John's, Pathways, Pinecroft, Rodney J. Strange, ServPro, ServU Credit Union, Sheddens, Solutions Credit Union, Southern Tier Custom Fabricators, Susan Minchin Dentistry, Swan Morse Insurance, Texas Roadhouse, Tom South Corning Collision, the United States Army, the United States Navy, Vasco Brands, Wegmans, Wise Markets, Well Now Urgent Care, WETM, Wiggle 100, and Woodbrook Assisted Living. Thank you for sponsoring the Elmira Pioneers, and go Pios. Lucas Rylander stays as the pitcher for the Pioneers here as they currently lead 9-6 in the top half of the 7th as we reset things on the scoreboard. As Rylander, he was able to get out of that last half inning, a tough one for him, but hey, able to get out of it nonetheless. He allowed 2 runs though in that one. As up to bat comes Shane Santaga, who had an out in that last inning that led to the sacrifice fly. Left fielder, he's got a double and a walk to his name today as that first pitch goes for a ball. Lucas Rylander getting through his first inning of work for the season. That one is low. 2-0 for him. Santaga with a high hand hold of that bat as he ropes that one back to Rylander. Takes his steps, walks right on over, and tags the bag himself. Santaga does not try to run there. He knew he wasn't winning in a foot race, so he takes the first out. And Jaden Pena steps in as the batter here with 1 out in the top of the 7th. Pena has reached three times. That one goes for a strike. He's reached 3 times. One on a walk, one on a hit by pitch, and the other that started his day off on a single. 0-1 count. Delivery low for a ball. 1-1. Rylander got the first out of the inning here on an unassisted grounder that he stepped on the bag. Continues things to work. Special promotional night here at Dunn Field. It's free Hilliard t-shirt night. So fans in the crowd able to rock their Elmira Pioneers and Hilliard t-shirts. 2-1 as that one's fouled away. To join in on the festivities for our promotions or to see what the promotions are, you can contact us 607-734-2690 or visit www.theelmirapioneers.com. Rylander looks at a 2-2 now. And he delivers, and that one swung foul. Remains 2-2 for the man wearing 22, Jaden Pena. And now the infield Essling Gardner play back in terms of having to attack the baseball if need be on a grounder. Rylander delivers. That one fouled again back. Very close to the hands of Pena when he swung, but fouled backwards into the netting. (9-6) Pio's lead. They are losing the hit battle though. It's 7-6. That one's high. It's now a full count. Trying to get him to chase again there was Rylander. Not the spot that he needs. It's now full count. One out. Delivery in there for strike number 3, and Pena knew it. He began to walk back to the dugout, and now coming up will be Liam Wagner. 2 outs now for the Pioneers. Rylander hoping to get the 1-2-3. 9-6 lead after Rylander let up 2 in the last inning. That one is high and inside. Very close quarters there for Liam Wagner, who continues to work here. Infielder as he hits that one hard foul. Got a hold of that baseball, but it was well too early. Went towards its side. We're currently seeing some more of the nature come out here in terms of the insects. At Dunn Field, they're occupying underneath the... You can see some of the moths and such occupying under the lights as that one's fouled away. 1-2. Dunfield's one of the wonderful places to watch a ball game. It's a little bit in the woods, so you get that extra part of not worrying about a big city around. Of course, the city of Elmira always very gracious for the Pioneers, and they're gracious for them. That one is inside. 2-2. Count, 2 outs. Following the unassisted out on Sentaga and the strikeout on Pena. Rylander delivers. That one is hit again, foul, but well hit by Wagner. 2-2 count, 2 outs. Here in the top half of the 7th. Lucas Rylander trying to get out of this one unscathed. As he kicks and deals. Outside. Just hitting the dirt first. Town is now full. Rylander looks down towards Jones, waits for his sign, gives him the shake. The delivery. Swung hard and heading towards Gardner. Gardner cannot get his glove on that one on the slide. It heads into left field, and it's going to be another hit on the day coming for Liam Wagner. His second hit after the double earlier on. He moves to first base. That's the 8th hit on the day for the team. And now Will Webster steps up. He had a double his last time up. He's gone all the way around the base path once before on one swing. But now it's a man on first following the walk. Or excuse me, following the hit. 2 outs. Outside pitch. One ball, no strikes. 2 outs for Lucas Rylander. Here as we approach towards the final quarter of the 9 o'clock hour. 2-0 count. So what started off today as some sun moved towards some rain. So that one's hit foul. Towards some rain, gave us a little bit of a rain delay. Then leads now into just one of those humid, I want to say summer nights, but we're not even in technical summer yet. We're still in springtime. That one's hit foul. Some people, their favorite season, summertime, and I'm one who's a little bit more prone to the spring, but I can understand the greatness of the summer. So that one goes in there. It's going to be low for ball 3. Count is now full here against the batter. And to me, summer always has those memories with, you get some ice cream, you come to a ball game, and you can come to a ball game here at Dunn Field. If you give us a call, we got a lot of home games. You can check the schedule on our website, www.theelmirapioneers.com. And then for tickets, you can call 607-734-2690 as these sides continue to move on. Still 2 outs in the inning. 2 men are on following that walk. And they continue to work here for the sides. Lucas Rylander following those initial 2 outs as that one's hit right back to him. It hits off his leg, though, and it's going to be an infield single coming in there for Haley. Bouncing off the leg of the pitcher. So bases are now fully occupied with 2 outs. And what started out like it could be a quick 1-2-3 for Rylander all of a sudden has turned on its head. And is up to the plate right now for the opposing side. Luke Brissell steps in. He was the catcher yesterday. He comes in for Sam Heinz. That one hits him, and that's going to put a run on the board. It is now 9-7. The Pilots get a run there. And it's a meeting on the mound, and it looks as though Coach Drum's going to come out here and take out Rylander. After what was an impressive start of this half inning, getting those first 2 outs, all of a sudden shifted on its head. But I have to give Rylander the props. He won an inning and 2/3, and it's going to be a new pitcher for the squad. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll see who the Pioneers elect to choose with 3 on. The Elmira Pioneers are sponsored by AIM Independent Living, AJ's Outdoor Power Equipment, Ann's Pancakes, Centralis Health, Blaze Brockway, Bully Hill Vineyards, CAF USA, Casa Trinity Prevention, Chemung Canal Trust Company, Chemung Supply, Coca-Cola, Council Rock Wealth Advisory Group, Dandy Mini Marts, Elm Chevrolet, Elmira Heat Treating, Chemung County Family Fitness Center, Finger Lakes Federal Credit Union, FM Howell, Glove House, Guthrie, Hilliard Corporation, Honeybee Made, Jubilee Foods, Kahuna's, Kennedy Valve, M&T Bank, Martha Lloyd Community Services, McDonald's, Papa John's, Pathways, Pinecroft, Rodney J. Strange, ServPro, Serve You Credit Union, Sheddens, Solutions Credit Union, Southern Tier Custom Fabricators, Susan Minchin Dentistry, Swan Morse Insurance, Texas Roadhouse, Tom's South Corning Collision, the United States Army, the United States Navy, Vasco Brands, Wegmans, Wise Markets, Well Now Urgent Care, WETM, Wiggle 100, and Woodbrook Assisted Living. Thank you for sponsoring the Elmira Pioneers, and go Pios. New pitcher coming in for the Pioneers. It's Jacob Jones coming in with a couple inherited runners, as the leading run is currently sitting on first base there in Luke Brissell. Justin Danabo sits at home plate. First pitch for a ball. Jones just needs one more out to get out of this inning. But the Pilots currently have a chance to tie this one up or even take the lead on one swing of the bat, as that one is inside for a ball. It's now 2-0 on Takahashi. Excuse me. Takahashi's on deck. Danabo is currently in the box as the throw comes over. That one's outside. Danabo on the season, 0 RBIs. He's looking to get his first here. 3-0 count in there for a strike. 3-1 now. So we get ever so close to that 10 o'clock hour here. 3-1. Delivery from Jones outside. That's a walk. And now the tying run is going to be 90 feet away for Kyle Takahashi, who steps up to the plate. It is 9-8. Pioneers lead. After they started early and seemed like they were going to run away from this with this one, all of a sudden, Takahashi has an opportunity to light this one up. He enters into this here. He's got 0 RBIs as well to his name, but that walk there by Danabo is his first RBI of the season. As right now, sitting on third is Haley. That first pitch went for a strike. Jacob Jones trying to get out of the tough jam. That one's outside, 1-1. Kyle Takahashi, when he came up last time, he walked. They would not like to see Carlos Jara come up, because his last time he hit a double. That would surely put the Pilots in the lead, as a very close pitch goes for a ball. It's now 2-1 for Jones. One of the few left-handed pitchers for the Pios team. That one goes for a strike. 2-2 count. 2 outs. Base is currently juiced. The tying run sitting on third base for Kyle Takahashi. This pitch not there for a strike. It's ball 3. Count is full. If this goes in the zone, Jones gets out of the inning. If this is outside, it's going to be a tied ball game. That one's inside. It's ball 4. And the Pilots tie the game up at 9 here in the top half of the 7th. And still remain with the bases loaded. Jacob Jones inherited bases loaded. And all of a sudden, 3 runs have scored in this inning for the Pilots, and they tie it up at 9. Still, bases loaded for Carlos Jara. The pitch in there for a strike. Framing comes from Jones. Second pitch. Outside for strike 2. The Pioneers started this game off in the first 3 innings, scoring 8 runs. They've scored 1 since then. That was in the bottom of the 6th, as that one is swung on and missed, and Jacob Jones gets out of it without letting up the lead. But all of a sudden, Newark has made this an even ball game. It's all of a sudden brand new, as it's 9-9 as we head into the bottom half of the 7th. It is a brand new ball game here at the historic Dunn Field, as the Pilots scored 3 in the top half of the 7th and made this one a tied ball game. So now the late innings are all that's left for these two sides. And as we get ready for this one, Gabbianelli steps on. Justin Romance is the arm to go, as there is a couple people warming up there in the old Newark bullpen. That one goes high on Gabbianelli for a ball. This is the sort of situation for Romance that he only dream of. As that one goes for a strike, 1-1. Now he's pitching in tight inning situations. So we get towards those late innings. As in, looking over towards the bullpen, it looks as though it's a right-hander going for the Pilots. It looks like it's Matthew D'Ottavio who's getting his arm loose. But you never know. Could be moving into the outfield as it's 2-1. That one's hit hard by Gabbianelli, but towards center field. Tracking underneath that one will be Liam Wagner. Gets the catch and makes the out for out number 1. Now up for the Pioneers is Tyson Gingrich, who had a triple his last time that he went up to bat. It was a nice one that he hit there, but he was not able to have the offense move around a whole bunch. He was held off from scoring. Now he has an opportunity to try and make another one happen. First pitch comes. First pitch outside. Ball 1. And these tight game situations could be the momentum shift that the Pilots need, as that one goes swung on a miss for strike 1. I mentioned it before, the Pilots still looking for their first victory on the season. They could come into Dunn Field and take down a hot Pios team. That could do a lot in their favor. So that one goes for a ball. As Gingrich moves in to get things going. It's 2-1 count here. The stare down from Romance. The throw. Swung and missed by Gingrich. It struck number 2. Jason Romance continuing to work here. Coming from the College of Staten Island as that one is fouled back. Jason Romance, 2-2 count now, trying to keep his way going. He was the co-rookie of the year in the ECC. That one goes in for strike number 3. Gingrich watches it go by. That's out number 2. All of a sudden, big play there by Romance, and it's going to be close here as Ryan Jones steps up to the plate. Looking more into Romance. He's one whose favorite athlete is Bryce Harper, and when he swings the bat, he's pretty similar to him. He led his team in the 2026 season with 6 home runs, as that one's hit high by Jones. It's run underneath there and caught in right field for the 3rd out. So it's a 1-2-3 inning for Romance as they head into the top of the 8th. All of a sudden, the Pilots have an opportunity to take the lead over the Pioneers, despite at one point being down by 5. The Elmira Pioneers are sponsored by AIM Independent Living, AJ's Outdoor Power Equipment, Ann's Pancakes, Centralis Health, Blaze Brockway, Bully Hill Vineyards, CAF USA, Casa Trinity Prevention, Chemung Canal Trust Company, Chemung Supply, Coca-Cola, Council Rock Wealth Advisory Group, Dandy Mini Marts, Elm Chevrolet, Elmira Heat Treating, Chemung County Family Fitness Center, Finger Lakes Federal Credit Union, FM Howell, Glove House, Guthrie, Hilliard Corporation, Honeybee Maid, Jubilee Foods, Kahuna's, Kennedy Valve, M&T Bank, Martha Lloyd Community Services, McDonald's, Papa John's, Pathways, Pinecroft, Rodney J. Strange, ServPro, Serve You Credit Union, Sheddens, Solutions Credit Union, Southern Tier Custom Fabricators, Susan Minchin Dentistry, Swan Morse Insurance, Texas Roadhouse, Tom South Corning Collision, the United States Army, the United States Navy, Vasco Brands, Wegmans, Wise Markets, Well Now Urgent Care, WETM, Wiggle 100, and Woodbrook Assisted Living. Thank you for sponsoring the Elmira Pioneers, and go Pios. Back here at Dunn Field, it is a 9-9 in the top of the 8th inning between the Pioneers and the Newark Pilots, who, entering into this game, some may have not thought of how close this one could be, but it's any given game as Lucas Orlovitz goes up to bat. He came in for third base here. He struck out his last time up. And play resumes. Jacob Jones remains on the mound as Riley under the last pitcher for the team, as that one is missing the zone. Where specifically, I could not tell you, but it's not my ruling. There, it's the home plate umpire. That's ball number 1. Jones is pitched there. The framing by Jones, so it's a Jones-to-Jones connection on the strike. 1-1 count. Delivery from Jacob over to Ryan for strike number 2, and Orlovitz is now down 2 strikes. His last time it was a 3-pitch strikeout. Right now it's 1-2 count. Lucas Orlovitz. He struck out before. There. That one fouled. Hard foul. Back there. It's remains 1-2. Jones looks down towards him. It's a lefty-righty matchup. That one is fouled again by Orlovitz. So what's a 1-2 count has already seen 5 pitches. The man who just graduated from Ithaca College just a couple weeks ago. Potential grad year in store for him. That one is low. 2-2. Got a red shirt here thanks to, in part due to, an injury. Man wearing 2-7 steps up. He subbed in for third base. The throw, that one's hit foul again by Orlovitz. His third foul ball of this at-bat. This is going to be pitch number 8 coming up for Jacob Jones. The delivery. That one's outside, full count now. And in that bat where Jacob Jones got ahead 1-2, Orlovitz has stayed alive, and now it's a full count. The payoff. Swung foul again by Orlovitz. And now it's going to be pitch number 10 of the at-bat. This is one of the longer at-bats we've seen all day, if not the longest. 3-2. Outside, ball 4. And a 10-pitch at bat leads to Orlovitz taking a walk over to first base. Shane Santaga now steps up to the plate as the leading run is currently on for the Pilots. As Santaga, last time he hit one right back over to Lucas Rylander, who ended up getting the first out of the inning. But that one would not get through the full inning. Rylander only went 1 2/3. Ended up getting 5 earned runs against him. Zach Nelson, he let in 4 runs, only 3 earned as that one swung on and fouled back for strike number 1. That's what led to a 9-9 game, and the Pioneers have scored a lone 1 run since the end of the 3rd inning. The 0-1 count comes in by Jones, and that one's hit hard. It goes in between the 2 infielders, and it heads towards left field. Tubman will have to grab that one. It's just a single, but a big single at that for the Pilots, as now it's a man in scoring position as Orlovitz and Santaga sit on first and second respectively. And it's a mound visit coming in to discuss a little bit more. That hit as well eclipsed Newark to hit number 10. They're in the double digits. Right now, Newark has 9 runs, 10 hits, but 5 errors. For the Pios, they're 9 runs, 6 hits, 2 errors to them. All of those errors coming on the fields from Michael Gardner, but some of those times have been hard balls to get, so can't fully blame him. It's just a scorekeeper's decision. But Jacob Jones, he's got to make sure that this actually it's going to be looks to be different switch up here for the Pios. It looks like it's going to be a new arm. It's Tommy Cheplik coming up here for the Pioneers. So he gets that wild thing going. He's coming from Elmira Heights, New York, and we'll take a quick second here to just go over some standings for the West Division right now. And as we look towards the schedule, the Niagara Falls Americans played the James Tarp Skunks today, and, well, the Tarp Skunks took that one 6-5. So all of a sudden, the Tarp Skunks, they look 8-1 on the season. Auburn and Geneva, they played twice today, and twice the Double Days take down the Red Wings. So Auburn moves to 5-1. Geneva, they drop to 1-5. Niagara Falls drops to 1-4. So all of a sudden, the West Division, there is a lot of questions in terms of who could get hot at the right moment to battle these two sides. Elmira currently sits at 4-3. Olean, they're 4-5. Newark's 0-5. And we look towards those upcoming games coming for the Pioneers. It's on the road to Geneva tomorrow for a 6:30 start. Then Friday, that tough Auburn team comes to Dunn Field for fireworks presented by Centralis Health. Sunday, it's a doubleheader with the Jamestown Tarp Skunks. That one, though, that's in Jamestown, so it's going to be difficult for the Pioneer squad, but it's going to be interesting to see. And for ticket information, you can call 607-734-2690. So Tommy Cheplik is now the pitcher for the Pioneers. That's a bunt there by Pena. Cheplik's going to attack, but no, it's going to be Jones trying to move over his Esley for it, and Jones throws it in the outfield. All of a sudden, Orlovitz is 90 feet away, and he takes a step on home, and the Pilots take the lead over the Pioneers on an errant throw there from the catcher. A great bunt set down by Pena, and all of a sudden, the Pilots turn what was a Pioneers 8-3 lead into a 10-9 lead. And still, there are 0 outs in the inning. What a showing today by the Pilots as they eclipse double digits. That one's high. 1-0 count. Coming here. That one's 2-0 now. Tommy Cheplik, he delivers. That one's high. It's 3-0. A steal attempt comes in. Did he get on the bag? He did not. Pena gets caught stealing at second base after that error got him on. So that's the first out of this one. This top half of the inning. Still, Santaga sits at third base. Here, 1 strike on the board. 3-1 count. That one's hit high into the air in foul territory. No chance of either side being able to make a play. Count goes full. So just as the Pilots had an opportunity with no outs and 2 on, could potentially see just 1 remaining on with 2 outs if Cheplik can make his move here. That one's hit high in the air, foul territory. Trying to grab that one is Gabbianelli, but it's well towards the clubhouse. Hits off a roof. Still remains full. Man on third base. That is Shane Santaga. Full count. Swung on and missed for strike number 3. Cheplik gets his first punch out. And Will Webster is going to come to the dish here to try and get the run home. Extend this lead if he can. But right now, great work by Cheplik to get that punch out. And great work from Jones to get the tag out at second base from Pena. Cheplik's delivery. That one's fouled back. Some hard-hit foul balls. He coming in here. As Cheplik's delivery. Oh, 1-1 count now. As the fans get ready to move here, swung on and missed by Webster. It's 1-2. Cheplik trying to get out of this inning with minimal damage. Here comes the delivery, fouled back. As stays alive as Webster. The Pilots have been just wheeling here. In the last 4 innings, they've scored 7 runs. That one's outside. Two and two. 2 outs. The throw. Swung on and missed for strike number 3. Cheplik gets his second strikeout as we get ready to head into the bottom half of the 9th inning. The Pilots, though, they take the lead over the Pioneers. It's 10-9 as we enter bottom 8. The Elmira Pioneers are sponsored by AIM Independent Living, AJ's Outdoor Power Equipment, Ann's Pancakes, Centralis Health, Blaze Brockway, Bully Hill Vineyards, CAF USA, Casa Trinity Prevention, Chemung Canal Trust Company, Chemung Supply, Coca-Cola, Council Rock Wealth Advisory Group, Dandy Mini Marts, Elm Chevrolet, Elmira Heat Treating, Chemung County Family Fitness Center, Finger Lakes Federal Credit Union, FM Howell, Glove House, Guthrie, Hilliard Corporation, Honeybee Maid, Jubilee Foods, Kahuna's, Kennedy Valve, M&T Bank, Martha Lloyd Community Services, McDonald's, Papa John's, Pathways, Pinecroft, Rodney J. Strange, ServPro, ServU Credit Union, Sheddens, Solutions Credit Union, Southern Tier Custom Fabricators, Susan Minchin Dentistry, Swan Morse Insurance, Texas Roadhouse, Tom South Corning Collision, the United States Army, the United States Navy, Vasco Brands, Wegmans, Wise Markets, Well Now Urgent Care, WETM, Wiggle 100, and Woodbrook Assisted Living. Thank you for sponsoring the Elmira Pioneers, and go Pios. Jason Romance returns to the bump for the Pilots as they continue to move here. Head to the bottom half of the 8th. Pilots, incredible day so far from them. They've been able to move the needle all the way back in their direction, following the Pioneers' early 4-run first inning. Now Michael Ferranti is up to bat for the Pioneers. He's looking to make some damage happen and get the Pioneers' bats up and rolling. And Jason Romance steps and deals, gets their first strike. And out of the pen, Romance has been electric. He's been holding off this opposing side past couple innings, as that one is fouled back. Romance is not allowed to run since he entered in this game 2 innings ago. 0-2 count for Ferranti. Looking to get a swing. As that one is low, it hits off the ground and hits the umpire. Seems to be okay. 1-2 count now. One, two. Romance. Looks back. Down. Steps. Fires. Fouled. Still remains 1-2 for Ferranti, who each time he's come to the plate, he has made it on base. Walked twice. Singled once. 1-2 count. Romance looking to get the first out of the inning for the Pilots. That one's fouled back again, and Ferranti's having a good time taking on top of this ball. On deck is Manny Esley. Try and get this one in as Romance steps up. He looks down towards his catcher. Kicks and deals. Swung on and missed late for strike number 3. That's a punch out for Romance, his second strikeout of the day. And Manny Esley is going to come up to bat. Manny Esley, it's been interesting how he's been trying to adjust his swing. He's been talking with Coach Drum about potentially adding in a little bit of a toe tap. If you've been following the MLB recently, the toe tap has been a big one, especially in the Red Sox pen. Marcelo Meyer, he included a toe tap the other day and got a home run off of it. So Esley's trying to replicate his favorite team's performance on the toe tap. It's that one. Is fouled for strike number 1. 0-1 count. Look down from Romance. He fires that one low. 1-1. Keeps these things moving. As Esley wants to try and get himself a base knock. He doesn't have a hit today. He did reach on a walk. The throw right down Main Street. Strike two. It's a 1-2 count now for Manny Esley. The look. The deal for Romance. That one is swung on. It's going towards third base. Orlovitz picks it up. He cannot do so. Esley's going to reach. See what they rule it on. It potentially a hit. No, they'll rule it an error. An E5 on Orlovitz. So Esley gets on, though. That's all that they need, is they need a man on. That's the tying run sitting at first base. And Brett Baker is looking to get a little swing on this one. Romance asked for a new baseball. One big swing from Brett Baker could open this game to get back and tied or even take the lead. Esley has some speed on the base path. There's a reason he's in the leadoff spot. The throw outside. That's a ball. Baker getting ready. The delivery from the right hand to the lefty. As that one's hit high and foul. Esley did get a jump on that, so he was trying to steal the bag. But now it's going to be 1-2. 1-1, excuse me, for the side. A 1-1 count for Baker. Step off. Esley looking to jump. That one's high. Two and one now for Brett Baker, who gets ready. Fire there. He hits that one hard, but it goes to first base. It stays foul. 2-2 now. Waiting on deck is Alex Davis. A single earlier in this game. As the kids in the crowd are giving a loud chant, "Let's go Pios." 2-2 to Baker. Esley runs. That one's hit high towards center field. Trying to get underneath that one is Wagner. He does so. Esley's got to run back to first. He moves his feet. The throw back over. Not in time. It goes away. Esley's going to run the other way. He's going back towards second. And the relay race from Esley from second to first back to two is in his favor. It's almost like when your coach tells you to get to the line and start running laps. That's what Esley does there. He makes his way to second base on the fly ball. Now Alex Davis is up to bat. 2 outs. Pioneers down to the last 4 to try and score 1 to tie this one up. Romance looks down. Looks back. Kicks and deals, and that one is hit on the ground. Trying to get past that one. It's grabbed there by the shortstop, who throws it on over to Webster for out number 3. Pilots are just 3 outs away from potentially beating the Pioneers again in their first win of the season. They have an opportunity to extend their lead coming up in the top half of the inning. The Elmira Pioneers are sponsored by AIM Independent Living, AJ's Outdoor Power Equipment, Ann's Pancakes, Centralis Health, Blaze Brockway, Bully Hill Vineyards, CAF USA, Casa Trinity Prevention, Chemung Canal Trust Company, Chemung Supply, Coca-Cola, Council Rock Wealth Advisory Group, Dandy Mini Marts, Elm Chevrolet, Elmira Heat Treating, Chemung County Family Fitness Center, Finger Lakes Federal Credit Union, FM Howell, Glove House, Guthrie, Hilliard Corporation, Honeybee Maid, Jubilee Foods, Kahuna's, Kennedy Valve, M&T Bank, Martha Lloyd Community Services, McDonald's, Papa John's, Pathways, Pinecroft, Rodney J. Strange, ServPro, ServU Credit Union, Sheddens, Solutions Credit Union, Southern Tier Custom Fabricators, Susan Minchin Dentistry, Swan Morse Insurance, Texas Roadhouse, Tom South Corning Collision, the United States Army, the United States Navy, Vasco Brands, Wegmans, Wise Markets, Well Now Urgent Care, WETM, Wiggle 100, and Woodbrook Assisted Living. Thank you for sponsoring the Elmira Pioneers, and go Pios. Chapel remains on the rubber for the Pioneers, and we head into the top half of the ninth inning in a game where the Pilots came back late and scored their way to taking the lead over the Elmira Pioneers. Now, opportunity awaits them as they have a chance to get their first victory of the season. That one hits off the batter, and walking his way over towards first base there will be Brolin Haley. As Luke Purcell now steps up to the dish to get this going. And Cheplek looks towards Jones, who draws a line in the dirt. Maybe to signal where he wants it to be, as that one's hit high, and it's going towards Manny Esley's glove. He grabs it, turns around in case of a chance of a double play. Purcell hits that one to Esley for the out. Quick out there. But now, Danaba steps up. Purcell on that fly out to 4 if you're still scoring at home. Hope you're scoring just like us. 10 runs for Newark, 9 for Elmira, 10 hits for Newark, 6 for the Pios. Pilots have 7 errors. Pioneers have 3. That one's outside. 2-0. Is trying to make his jump there as Haley. He continues his lead as that one swung and missed by Purcell for strike number 1. 2-1 count now. That one's in there for a strike. It's 2-2. Purcell, watch that one. Go. No swing towards the outfield as a steal attempt comes in. Jones will hold up. Haley, easy stolen base. That's his second stolen base of the day. He's 2 for 3 on stolen bases. He got caught stealing earlier. It's a 3-2 count. That one's outside. It's ball 4. Bases are now having 2 on. Man on first, man on second. And coming up to bat will be the top of the order. It's Kyle Takahashi who gets on. Both times that he's gone to the plate, he's walked. So he's currently has 0 at-bats, but 2 plate appearances with 100% on-base percentage. That one's hit high and foul. Hits the top of our roof of the press box. Came close to getting in here, but not today. The second that day comes, sure will be a fun one for me when I have an opportunity to catch a foul ball here at Dunn Field. That one's hit on the ground. It heads over towards Gardner at shortstop, but Esley grabs it first to get the force out. holds on to it. So the force out comes at second base from Esley. An advancement to third. Kyle Takahashi reaches on a fielder's choice. He'll go for 1 on the day. Unless if his number comes back up. But here comes Carlos Jara, the shortstop, to try and get things moving. Double earlier today. A double would extend this lead more as that one's hit hard towards the left side. It's foul. Hits off the sign over in left foul territory. If it wasn't the field of play, it probably would have been a quick grab by Jack Tubman, but nonetheless, it's an 0-1 count. That one's in the dirt. Jones playing in front of it. 1-1 now. Pioneers started the day leading 8-3 through 3 innings. All of a sudden, the Pilots started chipping away, and it's 10-9. Cheplik throws. That one's fouled. 1-2 now. Cheplik looks over. The tap of the plate comes in here. That one's fouled back. Carlos Jara. 1-2. Cheplik's trying to get out of this one unscathed. Trying to exit with 0 earned runs to his name. Look back. Throw. That one's hit off the end of the bat. Goes over to Esley, and Esley makes all 3 outs of this inning. But now the Pios have just 3 outs to work with for an opportunity to tie this one up or take the walk-off win here in the bottom of the 9th. Parenting today can sometimes feel like you're way out in left field. Casa Trinity Prevention wants to give you some backup for when those unexpected hits come your way. The Triple P Parenting Positive Parenting Program for families is designed to help parents step up to the plate with confidence. Learn skills that will help your family become stronger, healthier, and more resilient. To learn more, visit casa-trinity.org or email shamungprevention@casatrinity.org. Proud sponsor of the Elmira Pioneers, alongside AJ's Outdoor Power Equipment. And they are the proud providers here for the Elmira Pioneers. We want to thank them for being the official motorsport provider for the Pioneers. Visit them today at 1699 South Main Street in Mansfield, Pennsylvania. They were the ones with the power equipment that Stitches was coming in earlier today. And, of course, if Stitches ever gets hurt, he can head over to Centralis Health. And Centralis Health is the official healthcare provider of your Elmira Pioneers. Next time you need medical attention, make sure you visit Centralis Health for all of your medical needs. As we return here, it is the bottom of the 9th. The Pioneers need 1 run to potentially get the victory or tie it up. Right now, Jason Romance is in line for the victory if he can hold off for these 3 outs. But right now they have to worry about Jalen Tidwell, who comes up to the plate. The 9-hole hitter. Or excuse me, the 9th inning first hitter. He's the cleanup hitter. It's him, it's Jack Tubman, and it's Michael Gardner. There is no better 3 that you may want to have here come up for the Pioneers as the first pitch goes high for a ball. Gardner, last time he was here at Dunn Field, had a home run. Tubman has been a consistent hitter for the Pioneers. Jalen Tidwell has been able to get extra base hits as that one is fouled back. 1-1. 1-1 count. Jason Romance so far in this one, he's gone 3. First pitch, swung on and missed there. The 1-1 pitch there is not in time for Tidwell, and he is tapping his chest and getting ready to go. 1-2 count. Romance looks over. Back. Deals, fires, outside, but they rule it strike number 3 on the corner. Romance paints it all up, and he's loving that one. It's 1 out for the Pilots, and they are ever so close to getting their first victory. But Jack Tubman wants to change that as he steps up to the plate. Tubman, he's got a single in the day. He reached on an error. A line out to first and a sacrifice fly. Round up his 4 plate appearances as that one comes in, and that one's a strike. As Romance has developed through this one, he's been able to get that right side of the plate even more throughout. And for the Pioneers, they look to get back here. As that one's hit off the end of the bat. It's going towards outfield, and it's going to be snagged there by Wagner. 2 outs now for the Pioneers, and this is where, if you hear about it in the MLB, it's where the tarps start coming off, and some of our press box members are doing so. Michael Gardner's now up. I mentioned last time Gardner was here, he hit a home run. If he hits one here, it ties the ball game up, gives a chance for a walk-off, or potentially to go into the 10th inning. We thank you for joining us here on the Pioneers YouTube channel. 1 out separates this game as the first pitch is swung on by Gardner. It's going to go in between the infielders, and all of a sudden the tying run is on first base. Michael Gardner reaches first base on a single, and Ryan Gabbianelli has an opportunity to continue things moving. And Gabbianelli, he's got a single in the day so far. He wants to get his hits going. 1 out separates a win for the Pilots, or if the Pioneers can keep their bats hot, they'll get 2 games above 500. There is 0 wind right now. The flagpole in center field is currently sitting still. The pitch, that one's hit hard by Gardner, by Gabbianelli. It drops into center field. Gardner's going to move towards 3. It gets past him. Gardner's moving all the way. He's going past. He gets all the way home. It's a tied ball game here at Dunn Field. All of a sudden, Gabbianelli on the error in center field makes it to third base. And Drums boys and the Pioneers are now 90 feet away from walking it off here in the 9th inning. Fielding errors have been the low point for the Pilots. And right there is where it is all answered, as coming out now is the coach, and you can't blame that one on Romance. That was just a well-hit ball by Gabbianelli. The center fielder missed that one. All of a sudden, the Pioneers have a chance to come back and win this one in the bottom of the 9th. Pump It Up is going. Gabbianelli 90 feet away from taking the lead for the Pios late in the 9th. And if there's any time to be a Pioneers faithful, it's right now. As stepping up here, Tyson Gindrich looking to make a big effort for the Pios. Gindrich steps in. He has a triple in the day. But he also has 2 strikeouts. Calling out and saying that potentially balk. Don't give it, though, is the fans. So we either head to the top of the 10th or the Pioneers walk this one off. It all depends on what comes here from Romance. As that one runs inside, it hits him on the side. Gingrich is going to move over to first base. Big play there. And Ryan Jones now has an opportunity to walk this one off. And what's going to be crucial is how does Romance deal with a man on third there in Gabbianelli and a man on first base in Gingrich? If Gingrich starts to move, does Romance get into his own head? If he balks, all of a sudden, Gabbianelli comes home and wins the game for the Pioneers despite a big effort comeback from the Pilots. First pitch. That one's hit hard by Jones. It heads over to third base. Looking to turn. The ball comes out of his glove. Jones scores on that one. And Gabbianelli hits home. Jones with the walk-off, and the Pioneers all of a sudden are home winners here at Dunn Field, and they storm Jones out in right field. The Pioneers come back from being down 1 in the 9th inning and win this one 11-10 on a fielding errors by the Pilots that held them back. Coach Drum and his team escape following what could have been disaster. Pump it up going in the field now as we take a look at the standings here in the West Division. The Pioneers move to 5-3 on the year following that walk-off one from Ryan Jones. The Newark Pilots came ever so close. They were 1 out away from getting their first season win, but right there, not able to succeed. They dropped to 0-6 on the year. What a game here today at Dunn Field, and we've still got so much more action on the season. The upcoming games for the Pioneers. Geneva is tomorrow. They play over in Geneva. The Auburn Double Days come here to Dunn Field. That's going to be another spectacular game to come for the Pioneers. And then on Sunday, the Jamestown Tarp Skunks, the doubleheader, the number 1 team in the West Division. The Pioneers look for a potential possibility to make a run to the top. But that will do it here from Dunn Field. The Pioneers walk it off in the 9th inning, 11-10 over the Newark Pilots. I'm Anthony Labonte. We'd like to give a special thank you to our owners, Robbie Nichols and Miss Nellie, as well as general managers Tabitha Witt and Mark Witt, as well our scorer for today. That's Ethan Franklin and all of the members that make the Pioneers possible. Saying so long from Dunn Field. We will see you tomorrow for a game